our invited guests, starting with the National Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the Provincial Department of both Coghsta and Provincial Treasury, the District Municipality, the Office of the AG, SALGA, as well as the local municipality, and any other critical stakeholder that I might have left out. I'm informed that first, we have only one item, engagement on the state of Renosterberg local municipality in the Pixle-KaSeme district municipality in the Northern Cape. So that's the item that would be dealing with. And I'm informed that would be engaging for the first time with the district as well as the local municipality as the portfolio committee of cooperative governance and traditional affairs. By implication, it then implies that we should introduce ourselves so that they know who they are dealing with. The Portfolio Committee for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs is from the National Assembly. Parliament itself is constituted by the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. So I'm informed that the municipality did appear before the NCOP. The committee there is called the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. So we are this committee of the National Assembly. I'm Pixle-KaSeme, chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. I would appeal to members to introduce themselves. Honorable members, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my name is Michael Groenewald and I'm a member of the committee.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Tanika Mpumza, a member of this committee.
Good morning. Sorry for my video not being on, Chair. It will be on. I'm Eleanor Spies and I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. I'm Gisela Opperman and I'm a member of this committee.
Thank you. I saw Honorable Tessa on the, I don't know why he's quiet. Yes, Honorable Tessa.
Trying to do a lot of things at the same time. My name is Kanya Teza. Good morning to colleagues and yourself, Chairperson. My name is Kanya Teza. I'm the alternate member of this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I assume that, well, I'm sure as other members join, they will have to introduce themselves as well. In welcoming our guests, I was informed that the Deputy Minister for Cooperative Governance, Mr. Coghsta, will be part of the meeting. Would like to welcome him. And I assume he will be accompanied by the administration, supposed to be led by the DG. So welcome, Deputy Minister. We would also like to welcome MEC Fass from the Northern Cape, responsible for Coghsta, as well as MEC Foslo responsible for Provincial Treasury in the Northern Cape. They are accompanied by HODs as well. Mr. Boysen for Coghsta and Mr. Gasela for Provincial Treasury. I know that they have got a list of people they are going with. So we'll allow that to be done by them. Maybe when we are doing presentations, so that we don't consume much more time. I didn't get the list of the Office of the Auditor-General, but as we get it, we'll acknowledge them as well. We have got the mayor of the local municipality, Councillor Colega Ramakwa. We also have the speaker of the local municipality, Councillor Niven Heisen. We also have the chief whip, Councillor Papashe. There is also the municipal manager who is accompanying them with a team. I'm sure they will introduce their team as we continue. Oh, from the local municipality as well, we also have the chairperson of MPEC, Councillor Boysen, Technical Services Chair, Councillor Yanni, and the acting municipal manager, as indicated, Mr. Barnett, or I'm not sure about the gender. We do have the executive mayor of Pixle-KaSeme district municipality, Councillor Aitumelen. I'm sure as well she has got some people going with him. We also have got SALGA, Councillor Mohatlanyan, also with a delegation. I'm sure when they are presenting, they will also introduce themselves. I thought I should do that acknowledgement and make people feel comfortable to start with the meeting. And I suggest that we continue with the introductions as we make presentations when that time comes. The order of presentation would be as follows. It would be the provincial government, Coghsta, and Provincial Treasury, followed by the Office of the Auditor-General. After that, it would be SALGA. And after SALGA, it would be DCOC. And after DCOC, it would be the district municipality, and the last would be the local municipality to present. And immediately after all those presentations, members would be allowed space to engage. Normally, they raise questions. Then we also respond in the order that I've outlined, but at that stage of responses, it's only where there's been a question raised for a particular critical stakeholder supporting the municipality. So that's the order of the session. Portfolio Committee Secretary, apologies formally. Do we have any apologies?
Good morning, Chairperson. Yes, we do have an apologies from the Minister, and she's attending Cabinet, and then the Deputy Minister for Traditional Affairs is still in the induction program. Chairperson, we also received an apology from the DG, but I see she's on the platform, and then it was said that Mr. Mogali will be leading the delegation from DCO. And then lastly, Chairperson, we do form a quorum for the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think without much ado, then let's get into the business. You are all welcome. And I hope you are settled, especially the district municipality and the local municipality who are appearing before us for the first time. I'm informed, by the way, that the municipality itself was once discussed in the NCOP in relation to section 139(1)(c) of the Constitution. So whilst they might be new before us, but before Parliament, they have had some engagement. Welcome. Can I immediately, MECs from the province, hand over to you? You take charge of the process of presentations until the end. You decide who says what when. Over to you, MEC Fass and MEC Oslo.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and let me also greet the members of the committee and all the colleagues on the virtual platform. Now, I think, Honorable Chairperson, what we agreed, and you are correct in terms of the order of proceedings, is that we will table a presentation from the side of Coghsta, just to give an overview in terms of our intervention and where we are. Also to reflect in terms of the progress up until now, given a background from of the municipality, and so just to appraise the committee in terms of what we are preparing to do in terms of changing the situation in this municipality. Just maybe to say, Honorable Chairperson, members of the committee, is that we are from the view that we have made some strides in this municipality, although there's a number of serious challenges that we encounter. One of the main issues in this municipality that cripple service delivery is the one of there's no revenue base in this municipality. Revenue collection poses serious challenges based on a number of factors in terms of unemployment and other factors. But also, if you look in terms of the debt challenges that the municipality is currently encountering in terms of owing ESCOM, owing the water boards, owing the Auditor-General, but also in terms of service delivery. But after our intervention as the different departments, with the support of Provincial Treasury, the SALGA, and also the Office of the Premier and other stakeholders, and our national department, I think we have really managed to change the situation. At least now people have access to services, but also we are in a position now in this municipality to pay salaries. At some point, this municipality couldn't pay the salaries of employees, but the situation is really changing now. But also to say that we are still encountering challenges of third-party payments, but the municipality is working very hard to make sure that we change the situation. And also in terms of our financial recovery plan, the report will speak to that, and also our municipal support implementation plan. But Honorable Chairperson, with your indulgence, can I then give to Advocate Manyanang to take us through the presentation in terms of our assessment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable MECs, the Ministers, Deputy Ministers present, the Director General, and my colleagues in government. Chair, I will quickly go through the presentation as requested. Is the presentation showing?
Yes, it is showing.
Thank you so much. Without any waste of time, we I'm making this presentation as on the backdrop of the areas of responsibilities of key performance areas that the portfolio committee requested us to do. You'll see that our presentation includes information that the support that we provided as provincial government as a whole between ourselves, the colleagues from Provincial Treasury and DWS. Chair, without wasting time, the background in respect of the intervention that took place in the Renosterberg was premised on the number of efforts that ourselves, Pixle-KaSeme District, Provincial Treasury had sought to support the municipality, but our support was met with resistance. And as a result of that, we went to the Provincial Executive Council to request for an intervention. And our issues that we raised were based on governance, administrative, and financial challenges that we observed. And we indicated to the Executive Council that it is because the municipality failed in the following areas of the organization of the administration, the provision of uninterrupted electricity services, and the provision of effective and efficient oversight, which did not take place at the municipality. We then requested the provincial executive to approve the intervention by dissolving the municipal council in terms of section 139(1)(c) of the constitution, and to intervene in terms of section 139(5)(c), and equally so to impose a financial recovery plan at the municipality. Thirdly, to authorize the MEC of Coghsta to appoint an administrator until such time that the municipal council had been declared elected, and authorize the MEC to facilitate an election of the municipal council and to designate the administrator to undertake all necessary measures to convene the first meeting, and to both MECs of Coghsta and Finance to conclude all necessary formalities in relation to the intervention. And the following we summarize as the intervention that took place. Indeed, 139(1)(c) happened and 139(a) happened as well as C. Administrator was appointed until the municipal council was elected, and the provincial government appointed acting senior managers in the absence of the municipality having failed to appoint senior managers. And we indicated that the provincial government's commitment was going to be appointment of these officials on a 3-month basis in accordance with section 154 support of the constitution, and we accordingly appointed an acting MM, acting CFO, acting director technical services, and at that time we also appointed a acting director corporate services, but she since resigned, and we now in the process of trying to source a new person to assess the municipality in that area of responsibility. What we now have, Chair, is the fact that the 139(1)(c) of the dissolution has still since ceased. You'll recall that once the dissolution happens, it takes about 3 months for the by-elections to take place, and once the by-elections takes place, the administrator leaves and the municipality reverts back to its normality, and this is what has taken place. However, we had been at the Provincial Executive Council on 2-pronged approach. One was the, amongst other things, of the dissolution, was also the implementation of the mandatory financial recovery plan, and this process of 139(5) of the constitution is still continuing, and we are supporting the municipality in this regard. With respect to the interventions and lessons learned, what we are able to see as the outcomes of the intervention, and purely to say whether it has succeeded in the understanding of what we had sought the Provincial Executive Council to do and to intervene, we are able to say, yes, indeed, a new municipal council was elected after the by-elections. The municipal council has been able to take informed decisions, as opposed to the previous scenario where the municipal manager was the de facto municipal council in the presence of the council. the council had resolved through the influence of the MM that they are not going to appoint senior managers, but instead they had appointed a company from Cape Town, which was taking responsibility of the officials that the municipality was supposed to be appointing. So having removed all of those, we then were able to appoint acting senior managers who were appointed through a resolution of the municipal council to show that the council is able to take its constitutional responsibility and perform its mandate. We're able to say, Chair, there is stability in the budget and treasury office. On this slide, when we juxtapose it with the lessons learned, we're able to indicate that the municipal council is now playing their oversight role as it's required by legislation. Although we observe that reliance on the officials that we have appointed at the municipality is creating challenges for the municipality to be able to stand on their own feet. As the MEC has indicated, the challenges with respect to the revenue base of the municipality, I think, is taking a major is playing a major contributing factor in ensuring that the municipality has got sufficient funding. We also observe that there are systematic challenges directly that impacts on TMAS reporting and as well as the building of the municipality. And the implementation of credit control negatively affects the cash flow of the municipality. Then if we continue with the analysis of the intervention outcomes and lessons learned, we're able to see from the outcomes is that the financial recovery plan has been developed and is tabled before council. There's an improved compliance with financial reporting and other reporting that municipality must comply with. The municipality has been able to pay outstanding salaries. You recall that part of the major challenge was that the municipality did not have sufficient cash flow to pay salaries, and more often than not, the MM was making excuses as to why there was no revenue at the municipality to pay salaries. But that has been resolved. The intended outcome for some of the intervention depends on the implementation of the municipality, e.g. on cost reflective tariffs, budget, and funding plans. And these are some of the outcomes that you observe. And with respect to the lessons learned, we see that there are still billing challenges which are caused by dispute resulting in delays of payment, high vacancy rates, capacity challenges. And we put our finger, amongst other things, Chair, on this lessons learned that during the process, that when there was when the process of intervention was in the middle of its implementation, we sought to convince National Treasury to release the equitable share tranche that was supposed to be paid to the municipality, but because the municipality did not have a CFO, National Treasury declined to do that. And we keep on hammering on this point because we think when there is an intervention, the normal systems of operation and implementation of legislation must stop to an extent, because we are now trying to make the municipality to recover from its challenges. So if the National Treasury and other government departments do not come to the party, then it means intervention would not mean any sense to anybody, because it certainly means we will certainly go back and say, absent a CFO, municipality will not be able to receive its MIC funding, and absent a CFO, the municipality will not be able to receive equitable share. Equally so, absent an accounting officer, those issues would be raised, and technical management. Then with respect to the status of the current intervention package, Chair, we're saying the 105 intervention of the FRP is still continuing. Part of the basis for our intervention was the interruption of the electricity. It has improved, and the community is normally affected by load shedding like everybody else, as opposed to when load shedding would happen for an hour at that time, and then the rest of the other 7 hours would have been the municipal load shedding. In this regard, we now observing that that has improved significantly. We also indicate that we've had a colleague from National Treasury, who was the Municipal Finance Improvement Program Advisor, who was supporting the municipality directly, but this contract has since come to an end, and National Treasury is in the process of procuring new advisors, and we understand that the advisor will also be directly be provided to the municipality, because if we cannot have a municipal financial improvement advisor, our financial recovery plan would not make sense to anybody. Our colleagues from Provincial Treasury still continue with engaging with other government departments regarding debts that are owed to all municipalities, including Renosterberg, to ensure that the municipality does not have challenges of revenue because of government departments that are still owing municipalities. With the respect to bid committees, they are functional, although one of them, which is the adjudication committee, is not composed in accordance with legislation. And we are working very hard to ensure that we are assisting the municipality. Hence, we have taken some of the colleagues from neighboring municipalities in this regard. The process of the implementation of the audit action plan is ongoing, and there is still support that is provided on the implementation of the audit action plan, as well as training that is provided on the audit action plan through the web-based system. With respect to the progress made by the municipality itself on the implementation of the recovery package or the support intervention, we confirm, Chair, that the municipality is still under recovery plan post the intervention. If memory serves me well, Constitution says financial recovery plan or 1395 only ceases once the municipality has been able to achieve all the issues that they have. And from where we're standing, we think the current support that we're providing, it's taking the municipality in the right direction to begin to start the steps of getting out of the financial recovery plan that has been imposed on it. The municipal council is functioning and has the committees that are required. It has not councillors and 4 wards and 3 proportional representatives. The public participation meetings are taking place. Although due to financial and revenue challenges, the municipality is unable to meet some of its financial obligations. At least the municipal council itself is playing an oversight to see what are the bases why the municipality is not able to generate income, and what are the reasons why the municipality is not able to pay its creditors, as opposed to previously when everything was centered around the municipal manager and the companies that he had appointed to run the municipality. This time around, we can confirm that most policies have been developed and adopted by the municipal council, and some of them relate to budget and HR, and they are still continuing. As you can see, that there will still be some that will be approved during the course of this month, and as well as the draft bylaws. Now, with respect to the assistance that is provided by provincial government, we are making the point, Chair, that let's look at the picture before and after the local government elections, because for Renosterberg, it is a picture that we need to speak on, because they were dissolved and they came back in December 2020. And the local government elections happened in November 2021. It's almost a year period. So before that, the local government elections, we are able to indicate that the strategic positions that were not filled were those 4. But with the intervention of provincial government, we used Section 105 of the Constitution to second the officials in the positions of municipal manager, the CFO, Director of Corporate Services, and Technical Services. You will see from the presentation on the commencement date and the resignation date that it was not an easy process to deal with, because some of the officials were sourced from different components of government, and as a result, for reasons that we will not disclose in the meeting, some of them had to resign. Others for particularly personal reasons, because the municipality is very stressful to operate when you are faced with litigations left, right, and center. Post local government elections, Chair, from the 1st of November 2021, we were able to put together the municipal council and moved it from the plenary executive council that was dissolved, and the municipality is now on the different system of executive executive council. Section 82 committees have been established to support the mayor. The MPAC is established and functioning. Training has taken place for the roles and responsibilities of both the mayor and the speaker, as well as the code of conduct for councillors. And SALGA is also, as they will also speak in their presentation, we're partnering together when we train councillors on the roles and responsibilities, as well as their role on the municipal public account committees. Now, we now have, as you can see, the previous slide, which indicated that the 4 colleagues had resigned. We now have 3 colleagues that have been appointed at the municipality in the position of the CFO and Director of Technical Services. We are in the process of sourcing, as indicated, the Director of Corporate Services. The positions, the period of appointment of these colleagues has been on a 3-month basis. We think it has not been a successful approach with respect to giving them stability and certainty. We are now considering to appoint these colleagues on a period of 1 solid year, so that at least they should know that there's no chance that they're going to have to be looking for employment during the course of the 2nd month of their 3-month tenure. So we're hoping that that will also assist the municipality in ensuring that there is stability. We have then identified key focus areas that we thought we should indicate with respect to what assistance has been provided. You can see the key focus areas on the left-hand side, and we're indicating the secondment of officials has taken place. There's provision of training on cost-reflective tariffs, and assessment is conducted on a continuous basis for the inner monitoring of Section 71 and 72. There's sufficient training that is taking place on preferential procurement regulations and the ACM, and GRAP checklist, as well as the assessment on the audit action plan, and indicating the meetings that are taking place with respect to the financial recovery plan and the adoption by the municipal council. The challenges that we've also observed when we did the support to municipalities, we've also identified them on the left-hand side as key focus areas, and we're indicating the support that we have provided with respect to valuation role, the senior management positions, and the lack of capacity to implement the performance management system, and the weakness with respect to the handling of legal matters. Chair, on this one, we are able to indicate that we have developed a comprehensive litigation register with the municipality, and we have appointed a firm of attorneys to defend the attachment of the primary bank account when it took place in early 2021, which was done by ESCOM, and we're still in court with ESCOM in this regard. It was an urgent application with Part A and B, and we've resolved and won Part A. We are now waiting to get a court date to ventilate Part B of the application. And Part B is purely to ensure that we push ESCOM to a position where they are going to have to follow the intergovernmental relations framework system of government. But we're delighted to indicate to the committee that National Treasury has issued a circular where they are making concessions on what needs to happen with respect to the ESCOM debt to municipalities, owed by municipalities. Chair, we've identified a number of municipalities across the province, and in particular, Renosterberg is included, who struggle on the SDFs and LUMs which are not compliant. We're in the process of procuring a service provider to assist municipalities with their reviews and development of the LUMs. By the end of this month, we should be able to have a company that is able to do that. Before the financial year of the municipality, there must be substantial progress that is being recorded in this area. With respect to water and sanitation master plans, as I indicated earlier, that there's a three-pronged presentation that includes the work that we as Coghsta is doing, as well as Provincial Treasury and DWS. In some areas, we also touch on the work that we are partnering with SALGA in this venture. So you'll see that DWS is currently assisting the municipality with the water and sanitation reliability master plan in this regard. At the point, Chair, of the intervention, we identified that the municipality was struggling with wastewater treatment plant and their sewer and the spillage dam. And we then also received a complaint from the National Parliament that came through a member of the public that the sewer is running through into the environment and it is finding its way through to the river. And when we conducted investigation, we discovered that the municipality's financial means is not able to assist it to refurbish some of the sewer pumps. And we then went through as a department and provincial government to identify the challenges and procure the pumps as it can be seen in the picture. One of the other challenges that we also observed was the leaking of the lining of the sewage pond. And the picture above, I'm not so sure if my pointer is able to show, is the one that shows how the picture of the pond looks like before we could fix it. And the process that we are undertaking on the right-hand side on fixing the pond. And the pictures that follow is an indication of the work that has taken place at the municipality. If there is a need for members of the portfolio committee, would certainly appreciate if they can take a flight to Kimberley and find their way through to Renosterberg to see this evidence for themselves. Chair, with respect to some of the other challenges that you observed with respect to levying of rates, with property rates, bylaws, and the housing needs, we're indicating the nature of support that you're providing to the municipality to be able to stand on their own feet and deal with some of these challenges. Ourselves and the colleagues from National Cooperative will say we are at the municipality trying to resolve, which is a situation that is a project that is taking place for the rest of the country. Renosterberg is not excluded on the organizational structure and the alignment of this in its alignment with the strategic plans and legislative mandates, as well as the conducting of job evaluations and to be revised to ensure that they are linked to the organogram of the municipality. As indicated, DWS is also supporting the municipality to ensure that they find a fix in their green drop and blue drop water system, which has been identified to be in a critical high risk area. Chair, then this presentation speaks to the observation that with the challenge that you observed, which relates to infrastructure grant funding, and what the performance of the municipality was, and what is it that you have done with respect to this. You can see that in the middle of 2022, the municipality had not been able to submit their implementation plan of the MIC allocations, and they have been supported in this regard. And as you can see, we're recording within a period of 6 months, by end of December, end of January, municipality infrastructure has then increased to a percentage of about 70 of the allocated spend. For us, it's a significant improvement where you look back and you realize that the municipality had not been able to implement their infrastructure grant in the previous financial year. And we are in the space of the municipality through supporting them on their development of business plans and the registration of projects. Registration of projects becomes much critical important for the municipality, because absent registered projects, then there is no allocation that can go to the municipality for the next financial year. So we are assisting the municipality to ensure that they're able to spend their remaining funds before the end of the 2023 financial year, end of June this year. And will continue to support the municipality in curbing water challenges. And during the course of the previous 2 months, the previous month and this month, we'll continue with the backlog of capturing the information management system, the projects on the information management system, and enhance their understanding of the system so that they should be able to report timelessly, and we're able to record their percentage of spending, which will ensure that should there be any other municipality across the country who is not able to spend their money, Renosterberg should become a recipient of the extra funding that would come from the new funding chain. This is an indication of the nature of support that has been identified through Department of Water and Sanitation and the cost of the project and the nature of support that we're providing. If we fix the sewer network for Phillipstown and eradicate the conservancy tanks, Chair, we will be installing about 5,171 sewer networks and 6,100 apps will be connected to the system. And we're indicating the advantage of this kind of approach project at the municipality. And this is what will happen during the course of the this year and the next financial year, which is from 1st of July until 30th of July 2024. And we're hoping that some of these small steps that we're taking will ensure that the municipality is able to stand on its own feet. Chair, we are making the recommendation that the portfolio committee notes progress and lessons learned from the intervention of Renosterberg and continuously support us in this regard as provincial government. This brings us to the end of our presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I assume that you are supposed to be followed by Provincial Treasury, but there was a message sent to me indicating that the Deputy Minister might want to leave early, and the original plan was to allow him to introduce the contribution by the by DCOC, but I think we would want the Deputy Minister to allow you to say something before we no longer have you here. I'm sure you have a sense now as to what is happening in this municipality out of this brief by Coghsta in the province. Over to you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the indulgence. As indicated, I'm actually on my way to Parliament, so I will be switching off very soon. Just to indicate that our observation, broadly speaking, is that the provincial government's intervention in Renosterberg has been quite successful to the extent that it is making some progress and a commitment by the provincial government to ensure that it addresses the critical challenges in the municipality. That notwithstanding, we are still aware that a lot of the challenges remain. And I think in our presentation from Coghsta, there would be an indication of our observations as the department. But otherwise, thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Then let's proceed, Provincial Treasury.
Chairperson.
Yes.
The report tabled by Coghsta was a consolidated report by of the two departments. Yes, I think what we can do is maybe to move to the presentation of Coghsta. Albina, I think he's the one person who's going to present. And then from there, we can move to the presentation of SALGA.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think in the agenda it said Coghsta and Provincial, meaning it's combined. Can I now ask for the Auditor-General's office in the North, Dylan Presley is also with some introduce them as they prepare to make their presentation. Over to you, HS.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, Honorable Foss, Honorable Vosloo, and all stakeholders present. I am Dylan Priestley, and I'm the Deputy Business Unit Leader for the Northern Cape Province. I'm here with Tebogo Nkatu, our Stakeholder Liaison Manager, as well as Franco Simon, the Audit Manager on Renosterberg. I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity for us to present and provide the insight that will be valuable and key to ensure that we hold accountable the Renosterberg Municipality. It's important that in the accountability ecosystem that we all play our role in ensuring accountability to those that needs it. And also I'd like to commend the committee for actually playing that role and holding the responsible municipalities accountable. I will hand over to Franco Simon to take us through the presentation. He will be supported by Tebogo Nkatu. And I'd like to ask the Honourable Chairperson if I may be excused. I have severe audit pressures that I need to get to urgently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members. It's such a privilege to share with you the outcomes this morning of Renosterberg. My name is Franco Simon. I was the technical manager that is responsible for the audit of Renosterberg. And without further ado, I can continue with the presentation.
Yes, please.
Let me just start with the presentation. So this is the audit outcomes for Renosterberg, and I think we're going to echo some of the things that Coghsta's presentation already presented together with provincial treasuries via the advocate Manyain. So and as my deputy Bull already indicated, we are actually very excited to share the outcomes this morning because it places us in a position where we can actually fulfill our mission as to build public confidence through what we do, and that is through auditing. But maybe I should set the scene first. Before we go into the details of Renosterberg Municipality, we believe that part of our responsibility as the Auditor-General is to give the insights, to influence, and also to enforce this accountability ecosystem where all of us as role players plays a significant role in how we're going to ensure that the citizens of, for example, Renosterberg are effectively addressed, and that which is their rights as per the Constitution are actually received. And as part of the presentation of today, you will see that I will continuously jump back to this ecosystem and trying to show where we believe some of the shortcomings or limitations arises in Renosterberg Municipality, and that results in a situation where they are not currently in a position to effectively service those people of Renosterberg. And I think that's the reason why we are here for today's meeting, is to give a feedback for Renosterberg and the limitations that we've experienced. So for the last couple of years, we have given a disclaimer audit opinion. Now that means basically that our audit report is built up of 3 main sections. One of the sections is the financial statements, which we give an opinion on, and then we give the material findings on performance information, which is the second section, and the third section giving material findings on compliance. But when we say a disclaimer of opinion, that means that the situation at Renosterberg is at such a stage that we are not giving an opinion on the financial statements because there was not sufficient information. So for the prior year, we were in a very unique situation where the financial statements were submitted to us as auditors, but with no underlying records. And that made us to not even give an opinion on the entire set of financial statements. Subsequently to the 2022 financial year, the municipality succeeded in submitting the financial statements on time, which for us was a significant improvement from the previous years, because this is the first time in a couple of years which the municipality actually succeeded in submitting the financial statements on time. But unfortunately, the quality of the financial statements, together with other material line items, the underlying records was also not provided, and that means we had to give a repeated disclaimer opinion. So one can then ask, but where is our support structure that assists the municipality to ensure, and as the previous presenter already indicated, that we have significant vacancies within the senior management and municipal area of the municipality, and that made us also to be in a position where there's very little accountability, and that is part of the fundamental pillars that this ecosystem is built on, is that there should be senior management, there should be a municipal manager. There's this old saying, a ship cannot go without a captain, and we found that in this Renosterberg ship, the captain is continuously acting, and there's no captain that can take the reins for a strategic period of time to lead the municipality strategically. So part of our observations and findings was that the audit committee was also not established, and that the impact committee, which is so important in the accountability framework, has not been established. And as you can see, that the impact is very important, as well as the audit committee. But what happens with the internal audit unit? The internal audit unit was actually a shared service that was piggybacked on from the district municipality. However, they did not provide any significant assistance to the municipality as to what. And then one can ask yourselves, with the significant limitations in the financial statements, how can a unit like an internal audit unit actually assist with internal control environment to help the municipality to provide those controls that is so desperately needed to provide financial statements that is supported by underlying records? And if we say underlying records, we do mean it's those fundamental information that makes up your financial statements. That's your general ledger and your trial balance and your asset register, which is elementary. It is the fundamental basis which your financials is built up, and we are struggling at Renosterberg to actually provide those information. And as the presentation goes on, one will see the impact of those limitations on the municipality and on us as the Auditor-General to report accurately, and therefore we withheld our opinion. So, still continuing with the vacancies in senior manager's position, we've acknowledged that the CFO and municipal manager is of a critical nature, and that remains vacant as the previous presenter has already indicated, and that resulted in lack of proper record keeping and oversight provided to the municipality as per our accountability framework already, or ecosystem is indicated. And that's why it's so important to have a balanced ecosystem And that's why we also support today's session, where we also want to give the insights, give the information, and influence those role players to support and intervene on the municipality, as we've already seen some interventions. But I guess the question is still asking, is the interventions assisting the municipality to get out of the situation which they are currently in? What we've also found is when we go to performance information, the municipality does not have a performance management system in place. And that means they are not in a position to actually collide, prepare, and report on those indicators or predetermined objectives, like it is captured in your service delivery budget implementation plan, or as we call it, the SDBIP. And that means that no SDBIP was submitted and no annual performance report. So we don't know whether those plans or commitments made to the community has been delivered. And that poses a limitation as to how does the municipality know whether they are actually reaching their service delivery goals and promises made to the community. Then, because of these significant and severe limitations on the financial statements, together with performance information, we have on all subject matters in the compliance area of our audit, which is the third section of the audit report, we have identified material findings in all subject matters. We've tried to do a high-level overview of the financial statements in the sense of getting an understanding of what is the financial health, how healthy are they financially, but we couldn't really do a productive or supportive analysis because of the lack of quality of information that we have. But it is no secret that the municipality is under financial distress, that their net current liability position is evident, even though we cannot support it with accurate figures. Then we do acknowledge that there's adverse ratios in your debtors collection period. And that is something that the previous presenter also highlighted. And we've picked it up to say that for this municipality to be financially stable and to obtain the cash that will enable them to appoint the senior managers that so desperately needed, they will need to ensure that their revenue, which they raise to the different debtors, are accurate, so that when they want to enforce debtors collection, they can actually withstand the test of court. Currently, we don't know whether they have sufficient support to support the revenue that they want to collect from the different debtors. And that is extremely important to correct in an environment where you want to stabilize the municipality. And creditors payment is without further explanation really necessary, with the understanding of the court cases that's ongoing with Eskom, other creditors that is not being paid. But one must not forget your third-party payments as well. For example, your pension, SARS, which is a direct impact now, not just on your service delivery for your people of Renosterberg, but even the employees of Renosterberg are now negatively being impacted by not paying third parties. So that brings us to an oversight, or let's look a little bit deeper into what is happening on the financial statements over the last 5 or 8 years. So as I've explained in the beginning, our consideration goes into these 3 sections of the audit report. One of the sections is the financial statements, and we've already explained that for the last 5 years, we have received a disclaimer opinion, or Renosterberg has received a disclaimer opinion. Now this disclaimer opinion is made up of the following line items, and we've summarized these line items. So there's more paragraphs in the audit report, but we've grouped them in main concepts for presentation purposes. What I also want to make note is that when there's a yes in the presentation, please note that that has triggered a qualification paragraph in the audit report, meaning that there is a material misstatement for that specific line item. Also, when we do refer to scenario 1 limitation for the comparative figures or for the prior year figures, that's now for 2021, that is where this unique scenario was, where financial statements were submitted to the auditors, but there was no underlying records. So we could not perform the audit for that particular financial year, and that is those underlying records refers to the general ledger, the trial balance, and the asset registers, etc. Okay, so when we look at these areas, the first slide that we see here are basically a broad summary of those financial statement line items in the statement of financial performance. Like in the old days, we said the balance sheet. So just take note, and we're going to look at these ones a little bit more in detail as the presentation continues. But take note of PPE, cash in bank, receivables, payables, and other liabilities. These are significant line items on the balance sheet that place a limitation on our audit, and that made us to be in a position that we cannot express an opinion. And as the presentation progresses, we will see how that impacts service delivery. When we look at the income statement and some of the other disclosure line items, also please take note of revenue from exchange transactions as well as revenue from non-exchange. And that plays the role with receivables in the previous slide to say that this line items are critical when we look at financial viability as well as this position of financial recovery plan and how is the municipality's ability to generate cash, not just revenue, but cash as well. And how is the municipality not just generating the revenue, but collecting the revenue as well. And if we do not have accurate figures to support us, how can we make accurate decisions or strategic decisions on how to support the municipality? Because we as the auditors don't know, and that is why we have withheld our opinion on those line items. Okay. Also, expenditure, we will look a little bit later into how does that affect our service delivery impact. Okay. And then there's disclosure notes, which I just want to bring to this particular slide as to, in total, there was 56 paragraphs that triggered in the current year for 2022 that we said for this audit report, there's about 56 paragraphs. Of this 56 paragraphs, we have tried to divide them in 4 main categories just to get an overview and understanding of, sure, 56 paragraphs. How does I even digest that many paragraphs in a very short amount of time? So I think the first 2 blocks is GRAP compliant and trial balance versus AFS. What we mean by GRAP compliant is we are saying that the quality of the financial statements is poor. There's certain GRAP compliant or GRAP disclosure requirements that needs to be adhered to, and they have not been adhered to. I don't want to say it's an easy fix, but by just populating the financial statements to be GRAP compliant, the majority, if not all of those 15 paragraphs could be resolved. And this is one of the groups that we recommended with the municipality to please focus on these ones so that they do not reoccur with the 2023 financial year. When we talk about the trial balance versus the AFS, is that when we speak about the underlying records that led to the scenario 1 limitation in the prior year, where we said this is where the underlying records is not agreeing to the financial statements. So in the prior year, it was the total financial statements. In the current year, there was 21 paragraphs dedicated to saying that we do not have a GL or a trial balance or an asset register or a register like a UIF. We call it UIF, but it's the unauthorized, irregular, or fruitless registers that actually agrees to what is disclosed in the financial statements. And while we're on unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless, this is extremely important because how is MPAC going to fulfill their investigating role? And how are they going to investigate these figures if we do not even have reliable figures? How is the municipality going to ensure that proper loss control has been implemented and consequence management has been implemented on those irregularities if we do not even know the full extent of those amounts? And that is a significant risk that we have also highlighted to the municipality. So there's 21 paragraphs that came over in. So if the municipality can resolve that limitation and get proper underlying records that supports their amounts, then we can also start auditing those amounts, because currently we have not even audited this 21 paragraph. Now, from that information which now was submitted and actually agreed to the financial statements, we could start to audit them. And there was 9 paragraphs that derived from the audit work that we could actually perform to really see, but what is wrong with these line items? So say, for example, within expenditure, there could be that we can test some of the invoices, but some of them not. And then for those ones we could not test, then it results in those 9 paragraphs. And then there's a very interesting one. The last group is about 11 paragraphs that refers only to 2021 financial statement figures. Meaning that if we go to the 2023 financial year, with all probability, this group will then fall away if there's no additional errors or risks identified on those line items. And that, I think, is the broad message on the financial statement side of Renosterberg Municipality. What we are saying is the key vacancies on senior management level played a significant role in the state or the limitations that was experienced. Also, because of the accountability ecosystem that is out of balance, we see that there's no consequence management being implemented. And that brings a culture of poor performance that cannot be accepted or tolerated. Okay, and then we also saw that part of the accountability ecosystem is that the audit committee and internal audit unit was not functioning as it should have been, or the audit committee was not established, and that also had a negative impact on your government structures. As advice to council is, how can council make strategic decisions on information which they don't even know whether they can trust? Even the Auditor-General is telling them, you cannot trust these figures because we don't have any support to support those figures. And to assist the municipality to be in a position where they can provide supportive information or figures that is supported by the information. And that we believe that will also assist if the vacancies at senior management level can be addressed. When we move over to the next phase in our audit report, and that is predetermined objectives, we see that, as already mentioned, that there's no performance management system. Hence, we are sitting with a limitation where we can just give a disclaimer opinion, because currently there's no SDBIP, IDP or APR that we can use to audit and to see if those predetermined objectives, that's so important for the commitments made to the community and to track whether services has been delivered. Say, for example, we have promised that the sewage plant will be upgraded. That's right. So that's part of your predetermined objectives. But when we look at whether that really happened or not, we want to report that in the APR, in the annual performance report. But we as the auditors cannot confirm whether those predetermined objectives has even been reported on accurately because of no performance management system. Okay. And that led to the third section in our audit report, which is the compliance with laws and regulations. And as one can see, with all of our subject matters, we had material findings. Just take note that there was no material findings on the liability management, but the reason for that is because liability management was not a scoped in requirement for the 2022 financial year audit. That means we did not do compliance auditing on liability management, as it was not scoped in on a entity firm or from the Auditor-General as a whole. But on all other ones, one can see that there was material non-compliances, and maybe one or two that I want to highlight is specifically with consequence management. The financial statement that is at a dire state, as well as the unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful line items that we are saying there's no investigations on these. But how can you investigate them when there was no impact for the 21 and 22 financial years? Subsequently, Impact has already invited me to speak at council meeting twice for November 2022, as well as now in February 2023, where one could then go and present to auditors, up to the council members, the outcomes and the impacts of the outcomes And that was also within. So we are very excited to see the movement that the municipality is making. And we want to recommend the municipality to keep the momentum that was done up until this point, because they come from a place where they did not submit financial statements on time for a couple of years, and the financial statements was in a dire situation. Now, at least they've started to submit financial statements on time. Now, the next phase is let's get supportive information for those underlying records, and let's ensure that the quality of the financial statements is proper together with the performance information. Because if we do that, we will then address the material non-compliance areas, because these areas are triggered by the limitations that we've experienced in the financial statements as well as in performance information. And that filters down to procurement as well. And therefore, we don't know whether the irregular, fruitless, and unauthorized amounts are accurate or not because of the limitations exposed on us. And that will then also come down to procurement management, for example. If we move forward to some relevant information that we would have wanted to discuss with the committee, and which we felt is important to take note of, is irregular and unauthorized and fruitless expenditure. The problem that we just have with these figures that I'm going to present to you is that, unfortunately, we cannot place any reliance on these amounts because we don't know if they are true or not. But what we do know is they are big. And what we do know is they are there. And that is some of the work that I believe through Impact, through Council, is going to have their hands full to try and populate these amounts and then to investigate whether there's any losses and to try and recoup them if the need be. But as we can see, there is an increase from the prior years to the current year in the irregular space. But unfortunately, we cannot confirm that all we know is that, yes, procurement was not done as per legislation, and therefore we anticipate the irregular expenditures to increase. For unauthorized information, one can see also an increase up until year 4, but no amount was disclosed for the 21-22 financial year. And that is wrong. There should be an amount being disclosed, and that is one of the reasons we have a qualification in the audit report. If I can just jump back to these line items. So all three of these line items have been qualified in the audit report, and unfortunately we therefore doesn't have proper quality information to present, but what we want to show is, please see that there is an increase in unauthorized, there is an authorized expenditure that needs to be dealt with. Okay, the same with fruitless. One can see an increase, but in the current financial year no amount was disclosed, and that was also led by the qualification to say that we feel there should be an amount. We don't know how much, but there should be an amount disclosed. And that is also what we recommend to the municipalities, to say, let's get to that place where we have underlying records that supports your financial statement figures. And if that problem is resolved, then we can actually start auditing those figures to see if those figures are reliable and valid. I think the next question that comes when we go to local government overall, and not just Renosterberg, is, was there any consultants at the municipality? And the answer is yes. There was consultants being utilized. We don't know how much was spent in the prior year. We also don't really know how much was spent in the current year due to the limitations placed on our audit. But the financial statements is currently presenting close to 2 million rands that was spent on consultation, on consultants. And the main reason for these consultants is basically a lack of skills and vacancies. And that we've seen with the ecosystem, or the imbalance in our accountability ecosystem, where senior management vacancies is of a significant concern. And as long as those vacancies are evident or prevalent, we will continue to see the need for consultants, whether that is financial viable or not. Unfortunately, that is the situation at the municipality at hand. One would then ask, but what happened now with these additional, let's call them, responsibility that is placed on the Auditor-General due to the amendments, I think in 2019, on the PAA, where we have no responsibility to report on material irregularities in the audit report. What is the status of the material irregularities in Renosterberg? Maybe just to refresh our minds, that the material irregularities are those non-compliances or contraventions of legislation that led or resulted in or is likely to result in a couple of things, either financial losses or material public resource losses or substantial harm. And that is where we felt that the repeat disclaimer for the Renosterberg environment is likely to result in substantial harm if the municipality continues like that. So in that existence of that substantial harm, due to the, let's say, the quality of the financial statements and the non-submission of information, that's going to lead to substantial harm. And we want to raise that to the audit report and to say that there is a material irregularity that exists currently at Renosterberg. So where is this material irregularity currently sitting at? At what stage? And there's a few steps that the material irregularity can go through. So if a material irregularity is communicated to the accounting officer needs to present a plan as to how they're going to stop, improve, and prevent the reoccurrence of this material irregularity. And in this specific case, it's the repeat disclaimer. So we looked at the plans provided by the municipality, and we feel that if those plans are being adequately addressed and executed, they could assist to overcome the situation that the municipality is currently in. However, in the next audit, if we come there and we see that this plans and ideas that the accounting officer have put on the table to address the repeat disclaimer that could potentially harm or give substantial harm to the community of the municipality, if those plans are not reasonable, we can then recommend proper recommendations to them, and then we will jump to step 4. Currently, we have not opted for the option to give this specific MI or refer to it to a public body. We looked at the responses from the accounting officer, and we felt that if the accounting officer is addressing those plans as in the proposed solutions, we feel that could be reasonable. But if we come in the 2023 audit cycle and we see that is not reasonable, we can then start giving recommendations. If the recommendations, as per the specific time that we gave in the recommendations, is not adhered to, then only we will go to the remedial action, to issue the remedial actions. If the remedial actions has not been adequately addressed, only then will we go to a certificate of debt where we keep or try to keep accountability to the accounting officer via the mayor. Okay, so currently, where are we in the process? We are still at step 1, where we are looking to see if those plans that the accounting officer submitted to us is actually being executed in the 2023 financial year. If that is the case, we will continue tracking the MI and ensure that the required results has been achieved. And the results is to get into a situation where we don't have a repeat disclaimer, where we have a position where we have underlying records that support my financial statements, where I have a performance management system in place that I can accurately and adequately report on my performance information, my predetermined objectives, and then be in a place where I actually comply with legislations and laws. And once that position has been reached, we will then be able to say, okay, this specific material irregularity has been addressed, and we see that the substantial harm that could have been given to the community of this Renosterberg municipality has been actually addressed. So let's just give me 5 more minutes to just look at how does those specific line items, the limitations on those specific line items and areas in the financial statements impacts substantial harm or service delivery. So As we've indicated with one of the qualification line items is property, plant and equipment, the infrastructure element of the municipality. Without proper records of what your infrastructure assets are, there will be continuous need for support on entities like Coghsta to come and fix the sewage system for them, because their own systems are not strong enough to ensure that the infrastructure assets that are so needed for service delivery are accurately reported on and maintained and managed. But how can you manage and maintain something that you don't even have proper records of? So that is one of the major elements where we want to encourage the municipality to address, especially not just to get out of the disclaimer environment, but also to ensure that services are actually delivered and there's no substantial harm to the community. Conditional grants. You receive conditional grants for infrastructure assets, for EPWP projects to enhance my community and to support my community. But if we do not have proper and accurate recording and reporting on the receipt as well as the payments of those monies received for specific purposes, then we don't know if the money went for that specific purposes. And that's currently where we are. We are sitting in a position where we say, we as the Auditor-General don't know. And that information is crucial for example, council to strategically plan and for projects. So even if you get a project from Coghsta and you get the infrastructure grant, but you cannot report on it accurately, you're going to lose that grant. Coghsta's not going to give you that money again in the future. So that is significant risks for the municipality that we would like them to please address. Expenditure. Now, this is the touchy one, especially when it comes to bulk purchases, your water, Eskom, and other creditors. I don't even want to mention the Auditor-General, even though we are one of the big creditors at the Renosterberg municipality. But we do not have proper information to support what is the expenditure occurred. And if you do not know exactly how much electricity you are buying and how much electricity you are selling, you are sitting with distribution losses. That is also a major concern. And that is eating up like a cancer your financial health if you cannot control your distribution losses, because as a municipality who's already financial under stress and do not have enough cash to even pay their own salaries, how can they carry those distribution losses? Because in effect, municipalities are actually carrying distribution losses, and that is the distribution losses is also those revenues that actually should have been built and recouped from the community, so that you can pay your Eskom and your water boards in due time. Receivables and revenue, we've spoken about the impact of not being able to bill adequately. Your revenue is maybe too little, you should be billing more or more accurate. And then how are you going to recoup receivables if you do not have proper records of how much and who owes you what money, especially if indigents are billed, or not just indigents, but passed away people are billed. How are you going to recoup the money from their estates if these people that passed away are indigents, etc.? And that is a whole cleanup process that the municipality needs to undertake to ensure that they know that their revenue that they are raising are accurate and that they are recouping that revenue, as that is enabling them to increase their cash balances and help them to be more financially stable and healthy. And without that, you will not be in a position where you can deliver services to the community in a place where a situation that existed where the municipality couldn't even pay salaries for a long period of time, and that salaries that was not paid, then those people cannot come to work, and then those services that those people need to deliver to the community cannot be delivered, and the ripple effect just becomes unbearable on the community. And that is due to improper revenue and debtor management. And as we've already explained with performance information, without a proper performance management system, you will not be able to track and monitor and your service delivery indicators. And we've spoken about the financial health and the concerns it provides to the municipality, and the struggles the municipality is currently facing, and without enforcing that their plan to improve their financial health, if they do not ensure that they enforce their plan and make sure that their plan is reached, you will remain in financial distress. And unfortunately, that has got some dire situations or impact on the community. And that brings us to summarize maybe the main focus areas in what must the municipality do to address this material irregularity. We spoke about the financial health of the municipality and the plans that they must make sure to ensure that their revenue and debtors management, etc., is increased or bettered to a place where their financial health can actually improve. Stability within senior management, especially the accounting officer and the CFO, to provide financial statements not just on time, but also ensure that it satisfies the specific requirements. Okay, and then also to establish a performance management system so that they can report on, prepare and report on predetermined objectives. And then, very important, consequence management. Without proper consequence management, the culture of allowing these deficiencies will continue. But with proper consequence management, one can help those accountable. That was the reason for the state that the municipality is currently. But without the proper structures, that accountability ecosystem is out of balance, and unfortunately, the municipality will not be able to ensure that proper consequence management is enforced. So where does that leave us? Basically, we said a lot, and I don't want to stutter and say the same things over and over, but we spoke about the quality of the financial statements, and not just the quality, but also submitting it on time, and the non-submission of the annual performance report is extremely important. We spoke about the financial health issues and the plans that the municipality has to do to ensure that the financial health is in a better position. And we spoke about the key vacancies. And without the vacancies, there's no proper consequence management. Chairperson, I think that is the message from us as the Auditor-General, and maybe to a degree, the impact that could be experienced and that we are experiencing currently at Renosterberg due to these significant limitations placed on our audit. So we're looking forward to the day where the municipality is in a position where they can actually support their financial statements, performance information with underlying records, so that we can audit them and walk that road with the municipality in ensuring that there's no substantial harm given to the citizens of Renosterberg municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I think this definitely enhances oversight on the part of the committee. I'll move to SALGA. Councillor Mochabi Mohatlanyana will also introduce the delegation and direct us to how they would want to present. Over to you. We can't hear you. Can you unmute? Please unmute. We can't hear you. Is there anybody who can assist? Yes, we see the presentation, but the person is muted.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if you can hear me. My name is David
Yes,
Johnson.
I can hear you. I can hear you, but we can't hear. Okay.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Chair. I'm seeing my PDO is struggling a little bit to do the introductions there in the absence of Councillor Mokgatlan Yane. So I don't know whether I should just go ahead, Chair.
No, go ahead and present, please.
All right, thank you, Chair. I just need to put this on presentation mode.
David, it's at the bottom of your screen. At the bottom on the right-hand side.
At the bottom of the
Just at the
right-hand-
bottom of the presentation, there's a.
Oh yes,
icon
thank you. Because I was looking at the top. I apologize. Thank you, Chair, and greetings to MEC FAS as well as all the honourable members and colleagues. Our presentation will be very concise, Chair, in relation to SALGA's support with regard to Renosterberg municipality. Chair, as indicated that SALGA support moves within the municipal support and intervention plans as outlined with regard to section 154, which refers to municipalities in cooperative governance, as well as section 156 with regard to the powers and functions of municipalities, as well as as previously indicated, SALGA work closely with this municipal support interventions plans with Coghsta as well as with Provincial Treasury, and we came up with a collective MSIP. Now, this also falls within the financial recovery plan with regard to section 139.5, which was developed for Renosterberg. Now, with regard to regards to governance, Chair. SALGA Northern Cape, as with all the other SALGAs, we are structured in such a way that when we do support and we do collective support and collective interventions, there's method to our engagements with regard to working across all functional areas within SALGA. So our support becomes then a collective effort in relation to achieve a bigger impact as well as emphasize outcomes within the municipality. With regard to governance, SALGA has provided training, induction training for the councillors of Renosterberg municipality as part of the council induction program after the local government elections. It was an intensive induction program. Then also council has participated in the council of speakers, which was arranged by SALGA on the 14th to the 15th of July, as well as workshops has been undertaken with the municipality on the upper limits of salaries, allowances, and benefits of different members of council for the 2020-21 financial year, Chair. Now, as with SALGA, there's many national programs that we roll out, and it is across all provinces, and we make sure that the Northern Cape in its totality is always part of this national programs that SALGA roll out. And the idea is to ensure that we build capacity, especially when it comes to accountability and when it comes to governance per se. So the municipality has also been invited, Chair, to form part of the Women's Political Leadership Program, which was offered by the Swedish International Center for Local Democracy. There's the ICLD. There's another governance intervention that SALGA has rolled out. Then, Chair, an interesting tool that SALGA has developed, which take cognizance of, which take into all the aspects with regard to governance, is the GGMI. There's a Good Governance Maturity Index, and it's a company tool. So all governance-related training, capacity building, and projects that we roll out to this municipality as well as other municipalities form part of this GGMI. And then we have that indicators in this GGMI, Chair, where we then test the maturity of governance within the municipality. And then subsequent indicators that has been developed within this tool, we can then make an assessment, Chair, which provides SALGA and the municipality to develop targeted support. Because the idea through this GGMI tool is that we zoom into what are the key areas with regard to governance that this municipality needs support on. Also with regard to governance, Chair, as I've indicated earlier, that SALGA has a number of national programs that it rolls out. One of these initiatives is the Local Government Ethical Leadership Initiative. There was various phases in this particular initiative, and it is run by the Local Government Ethics Institute. And the idea is that we come up afterwards with a ethical leadership program that the municipality will eventually also forms part of, Chair. Then again, as with the AG have highlighted the number of issues around impact and the functionality of impact, Chair. We have now on the 7th of 8th of March, now just a couple of days ago, we have taken the municipality through an extensive impact training program where we look at the functionality, we developed in terms of reference. We looked at the roles and the responsibilities of impact members. So that has been done now on the 7th and 8th of March, Chair. And also as part of our functional responsibility within SALGA, and I'm responsible for that particular area, is that we provide ongoing hands-on governance, hands-on support based on any request by the municipality, Chair. Now, with regard to administration, we also realize, Chair, that there are small little nuts and bolts that will make an administration work properly and it will make it work effectively and efficiently. And one of those things is ICT. So an ICT assessment was undertaken during July and August 2022. And part of that assessment the result was a report which was compiled on the 10th of August 2022, which highlighted a number of recommendations, ICT related recommendation, install and configure Active Directory, configure folder sharing and use of folders, training on the firewalls for the protection of municipal data network. Websites have a standard containing the correct information and documents as prescribed and ensure it's updated regularly, as well as website layout, Chair. Number of other recommendations that was made with regard to the ICT infrastructure is that the ICT officer to manage the ICT infrastructure. We need approved policies and procedures by council for ICT, as well as to monitor the environment to ensure that all the policies and procedures have been implemented. Then work coupled with that comes with server room design, network design, user layout design. Now, recently, Chair, we have also in the previous presentation have referred to this when we talk about the accountability and consequence management framework. Key positions are still vacant, and we had requests from the acting MM due to the fact that the municipality have vacancies in senior management as well as a vacancy for HR manager. Now, part of this request was that the municipality request an employee from SALGA that can assist with job and task evaluation, as well as assistance within the broader corporate services department, as well as a compilation of the local labor forum, as well as workshops on discipline in the workplace, Chair. And as in our response to the municipality, in relation to our support and capacity building initiatives within the office, is that the senior advisor municipal finance, as well as the senior advisor HR and labor, as well as our manager finance and admin will be deployed to the municipality for hands-on support. The period that will be determined will probably be after an assessment has been done in terms of what are the key things that the municipality with regard to the request can be dealt with in the immediate, medium and long term. And subsequent to that deployment, the support will then be structured across the functional areas within the organization, and we will go out and do hands-on support, Chair. As well as LLF, local labor forum and discipline training has been provided to the municipality. Now, our advice with regard to job evaluation has been communicated as the municipality must complete the process of writing job descriptions. Also, they must then inform SALGA when they are ready for the job evaluation. SALGA will then assemble a job evaluation unit responsible for the district of which this JEU will then set aside dates in consultation with the municipality and come and undertake the job evaluation, Chair. The results will be audited by the Provincial Audit Committee and a final outcome report shall be issued. Upon that, the municipality may then implement the outcomes. And as I've said earlier, Chair, it's important that we work with the nuts and bolts within the organization that can make the administration wheel run smoothly with all those smaller components. So our support is very targeted. With regard to financial management, Chair, we continue to support the municipality under the framework of the revised financial recovery process. Also, Advocate Manuang earlier indicated that we work together on measures to improve debt collection, the financial systems, including billing challenges, updating the general valuation role, and payment of critical creditors. Our team also have visited the municipality on the 2nd to the 10th of 12th of August, and further assistance has been provided by means of recovery of financial data that is lost on the financial system due to a system crash in December 2021. Legal advice through SALGA's legal advisory unit regarding payment of outstanding amounts, accounts has been provided, as well as the ICT interventions that I've referred to earlier, Chair. Renewal of the expired property valuation role through the financial assistance by the Department of Coghsta, debt collection of the highest consumers, and here we refer to businesses as well as state departments. So there's a number of things, and I think some of these things that we provide support on with regard to financial management speaks to the underlying issues that the AG has highlighted, Chair. Then also with regard to local economic development, SALGA has a initiative which we call the Karoo Small Town Regeneration Initiative. Renosterberg Municipality forms part of it, and are included in all the projects emanating from the SDR initiative. An engagement on the 5th of September 2022, Chair, was held with all the municipalities within the district. And the reason for this engagement was to introduce the SDR initiative, consult and collect information of tourism, of the tourism offerings in the areas for inclusion in the proposed Karoo tourism strategy. Now, what was the purpose of this particular initiative is to ensure that councillors understand their roles and responsibilities as members of LED and the tourism committee members, as well as to develop an understanding of the constitutional mandate of local government in relation to local economic development, developmental local government in the context of LED, hierarchy of policies and statutes governing LED and how they interface. And the reason why this particular initiative has come into life is to practicalize the responsibility of LED officers or an LED component within a municipality, Chair. Now, what is the emphasis impact that SALGA wants to achieve with regards to all our initiatives, Chair, within Renosterberg is to ensure that we increase oversight capacity, as well as when it comes to consequence management. Now, the GGMI tool that I referred to earlier can measure things that needs to be done in the maturity with regard to governance, various aspects of governance within the municipality. So that is also where consequence management recommendations can come in, because that tool, particular to measure oversight in the form of does ward committees work, is there an impact, functional impact in place. So all the small initiatives form part of that GGMI tool, and the idea is that we then increase oversight and capacity. Also to strengthen council to execute its legislative mandate more effectively in line with all related amendments to acts. In here, I refer to amendments to the Municipal Structures Act, in terms of the roles of increased roles of the speaker, increase the roles of the executive mayor, various new roles and responsibility, as well as the code of conduct, amendments to the code of conduct for councillors, as well as rules of order, amendments relating to the rules of order of council. So we want to ensure a functioning council, and our training is ongoing with regard to these amendments to the municipality, as well as all the municipalities within the province, Chair. Then also to build internal capacity to increase organizational effectiveness and enhance audit outcomes. And this speaks directly to what I've said earlier, how we want to address the underlying issues that the AGA has referred to. Stabilizing the financial position of the municipality to ensure effective and efficient service delivery and create a platform for a thriving local economy. And that is also just to give impetus to the fact that with regard to the functioning of the municipality, the administration, the council, and so on, as soon as we can get to a level where these things function optimally to a certain extent, then we can move to the secondary responsibility of this municipality with regard to local economic development, to address a number of other issues also that South Africa is faced with in the broader perspective. Enhanced understanding of the legislative context with regards to service delivery and related constitutional responsibilities. So again, I'm referring to new amendments to Acts where we engage with the municipality in relation to capacity building, further understanding of what this legislation entails and the impact it has on council and the administration. Chair, just to conclude, SALGA will continue to fulfill its constitutional mandate towards the Renosterberg municipality, which include representation, advocacy, lobbying. SALGA is an employer body, various capacity building initiatives, support, ongoing support and advice, as well as strategic profiling, knowledge and information sharing in all these areas which showcase SALGA's key responsibilities. Have a broad explanation around it, Chair, and we will do an ongoing assessment with regard to various things within this municipality where SALGA across its functional areas can provide support and ensure that we remain member-centric in our support towards Renosterberg, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will now move to DCOG. We understand the difficulty the councillor had, these technical problems. I think there was a message sent through here. We acknowledge that message, but the presentation was done as you directed. Can we ask DCOG to take over?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning. Good morning to all the honorable members in the meeting. And also let me extend my greetings to the MEC, both for Coghsta as well as the Treasury, including the leadership of the district municipality and the local municipality, my colleagues from MISA and also from SALGA. Let me then indicate from our side, as Coghsta, I have again DDG Alan Zwimba, who is from our MISA leader, and then he is accompanied by two officials, that is the engineer, Ms. Tarain Johnson, as well as the provincial manager, Mr. Walter Morwane. They will assist us, and when we come to questions, to respond and assist Mr. Abinar, who is going to do the presentation on behalf of both of us, in terms of just sharing with you the support that we are depositing in this particular municipality. This municipality, it's a depressing state of affairs that is perennial, and it actually needs a different way of dealing with it, as at least to try and ensure that the minimalism of compliance is adhered to, and also the issues of responsibility is accounted for by the leadership of the municipality. But I have noted the input by the province about, beginning to deal with some of the challenges of, for instance, of officials that have to be seconded to the municipality and they can't stay. There's issues of sustainability, and then they have to try and have them pinned for a year. We note it, and then I think we have to use that as a basis to discuss it. We will come nearer to the province, ourselves and National Treasury, to really look at Renosterberg in the short term, in terms of what can be done to lift it out of this perennial disclaimer state, and also at least because there is no revenue base, I'm not sure about the FRP, whether it can, you need a different way of supporting it, and obviously the district is going to be key to it. So some model have to be adopted, packaged, to try and ensure that it's imported in the municipality going forward. So I'm informing the committee to say we are aware of this. The same applies to MIG, perennial non-spending. We are adopting a different way of dealing with these things so that we cannot continue to have this perenniality as if we do not have resources. We cannot do some things out of the box to try and mitigate and ensure that there is some functionality in this municipality. But over and above that, let me just indicate that Mr. Abina Ramadia, he's our acting chief director, will take us quickly through just to share with you. We can go to probably slide number 17, Shike, or is it Sherin, where Mr. Abinar can then simply go straight to sharing with you the areas of support that we are doing as Coghsta and MISA. And then from there, we will be available to field any questions. But thank you very much, Chairperson. This municipality is quite challenging in terms of its status quo. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Mkhale. Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. DM Tau in absentia, MEC FAS and MEC Foslo, leadership of the Pixle-KaSeme district, leadership from the Renosterberg. My DG, who's also on the line, and the acting DDG, Mr. Gasela and Mr. Boyce, HODs respectively for Coghsta, for Treasury and Coghsta in the Northern Cape. I will just run through the slides and highlight a few things with maybe each of the slides. Chairperson, if you allow us to just highlight some of the things in agreement with what has already been raised, and then we will then zoom into the support as Mr. Mkhale had suggested.
Great.
Thank you, Honorable Council. I'm not sure whether it's somebody else that uploaded. I tried to upload here, but it doesn't seem to be moving.
Can somebody assist?
Yeah, I would rather prefer I do it from this side, Chairperson. So if there was somebody that had uploaded, I would request that they take it off so that I can navigate from my side.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is just the outline of the presentation. I will not dwell too much on that. Chair, this slide depicts the socio-economic environment within which the municipality finds itself within the Pixle-KaSeme district municipality, which is part of the Karoo region, which straddles the three capes, the Eastern Cape, the Western Cape, and the Northern Cape. The importance of this slide, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, seeks to paint a situation of viability of municipalities that find themselves within this region, low revenue, financial challenges, even outside the issues that were raised by the AG, where municipalities within this region would then struggle because agriculture is the main economic activity, and so on and so forth. So we are just depicting that so that as we paint the progress that the municipality is making and remaining challenges, we are also able to locate these within the socio-economic environment of the municipality. I think with this slide and the next one, we are simply trying to indicate that the challenges that have been highlighted both by my colleague from Coghsta, SALGA, and the AG are primarily historical. We categorize this municipality as a distressed municipality during the 2011-2016 municipal term, when we started with a back to basics program rather. And once it was identified as distressed, support continued to go into the municipality by the district, by SALGA, as I indicate, by National Treasury, ourselves, as well as a provincial government, and by ourselves, I include MESA therein. A support and intervention plan was developed back in 2014-15 with continuous hands-on support by those stakeholders. And at that time, Coghsta seconded a CFO who managed to turn around the audit outcomes from a perennial disclaimer to a qualified outcome for that year. I think it was 2015-2016. A financial recovery plan, discretionary, was developed during that time as part of the support. The district municipality continued to support the municipality with a shared service which used to work well at that time to support municipalities with the kind of weaknesses that the AG just painted. Of course, there were also challenges, contractual challenges in terms of payment of services and stuff like that between the district municipality and local municipality. But I know the Pixle-KaSeme district municipality was addressing those. What is also important, Chair and honorable members, is that during this period that I've just painted, the Renosterberg local municipality did not have any senior managers. And therefore, it is no surprise that the AG paints what they've just painted, while they also highlight the importance of the presence of a municipal manager as well as the team of senior managers within the municipality to ensure that all these things that they were speaking about are able to be catered for through that team of colleagues. As a result of these ongoing challenges, the Provincial Executive Council then invoked a section 1391C and 13915 of the Constitution within that municipality in August 2020. And they've already stated that the reasons for that, we are just repeating them there. A new council was elected following the COVID period, the by-elections, which were held in November 2020, which was in place until when we had the promulgated local government elections in 2021 November. This municipality has also been classified as distressed, dysfunctional by the State of Local Government report that the minister compiled in May, June 2021 and presented to Cabinet in June 2021. This is just the political configuration, Chairperson, of the councillors. It has already been stated. I just want to dwell on the latter bullet. Here we are stating that the configuration of the council is precarious in the sense that the difference between the majority party in the chamber and opposition combined is only one councillor. Now, the Northern Cape has got about 10 municipalities, in fact, 11. We have an 11th municipality in the form of Pukwane, which has joined these 10. These 10 municipalities which are precarious, which have this similar kind of configuration. And we are indicating, based on evidence that we have gathered, this kind of precariousness always introduces an element of instability within council, because should a councillor pass on, resign, or something happens, the pendulum could switch either way within the chambers in terms of the configuration. And as a matter of fact, part of the challenges of Renosterberg, by the time that the MEC intervened there, was occasioned by that very instability that comes as a result of that precariousness. It is nobody's fault, as we indicate. However, we are just indicating that because of the formula of calculating the number of councillors in terms of Section 12 of the Municipal Structures Act, the Northern Cape finds itself disadvantaged in that sense, as I think in terms of institutional capacity, all we can highlight here, Chairperson, is that municipal senior managers within the municipality remain vacant. However, we are grateful that provincial government has come in and seconded 3 senior managers who, unfortunately, whose contracts would have ended 28 February. However, we are also confident, based on the commitment that provincial government has made, that they are looking at a longer term deployment of such kind of capacity within the municipality. Due to financial challenges, we do not foresee that the municipality will be able to fill all their vacant positions that are on the organogram in the next financial year. The commitment that they have made in our engagements with them and Treasury and Coghsta is that they would plan and budget for the filling of these positions in a phased manner, depending on the financial state. In terms of governance, I think the bulk of the things were raised by the AG as well as by my colleague from Coghsta. I would not dwell much into those. What we are happy about is that also the AG is recognizing the fact that there is movement around the management of UIFW expenditures through the disciplinary board, through the impact and ensuring that these expenditures are tabled with impact for action. What we can also highlight here, and we impress this upon the municipality in our engagement about last month, is that there has been a tense relationship between the administration, between the municipality and Labour. However, we have requested them to invest time into rebuilding that kind of relationship to ensure that whatever Labour-related issues we are able to respond to them timelessly, but also the importance of Labour in terms of the implementation of the financial recovery plan, where Labour would become a partner in that process. I think in terms of financial management, again, as I indicate, my previous colleagues have highlighted the challenges. Fundamentally, Renosterberg is financially distressed, has challenges of revenue, but also finds itself within a geography wherein they are not able to have the comfort of the revenue levels that they would desire. Revenue challenges we have indicated. Eskom debt, we have already indicated that constitutes the highest piece of the debt to creditors by the municipality. Initially, they were making good progress in terms of cutting it down, but we are seeing that it's beginning to rise up again, which then now stands at 107 million as at January, beginning of this year. What we need to highlight here, Chair, is that there is a challenge, and I think the AG has also highlighted that, a challenge around payment of third-party creditors. And here we want to highlight the issue of non-payment of pension funds of the municipality to the Municipal Workers' Retirement Fund. There has been a change since the intervention. The municipality has started to make some payments, current payments, since July 2022, and negotiations are on course with the retirement fund of the municipal workers to ensure that those debts that are owed can be a payment arrangement can be entered into. In fact, there is a threat of imprisonment from this fund over to the municipality. However, we have been assured that the MEC and his team are working hard to support the municipality to ensure that that does not occur. Here, Chairperson, I think what we are just indicating is that the financial recovery plan is in implementation. Initially, the implementation was slow. However, we have seen an improvement in the last 2 quarters of the current municipal year. And we are glad that the municipality has started to report. The reporting enables, particularly Treasury and Coghsta, to start making recommendations as to what are the kind of areas that need to be accelerated for us to be able to see the outcomes we would want to see out of that financial recovery plan. The graphs, Chairperson, are just depicting the extent of debt owed to the municipality by various customer groups. And the one on the right just depicts the performance on the conditional grants. We can see that there has been good progress in terms of other grants other than the local government financial management grant. In terms of PWP, MIG and WSIG, there has been some kind of improvement within those grants. In terms of service delivery, Chairperson, the situation has been aptly summarized by our colleagues from Coghsta. However, we also can indicate that there are sections of the municipality which are still experiencing interruptions, particularly in relation to water supply, which is particularly Petersville and Phillipstown. Because the municipality is extracting water from the neighboring river and dam, Van der Kloof Dam. These 2 settlements are on a high-lying area and therefore require additional resources, additional pressure, and better planning to be able to pump up the water to these 2 towns within the municipality. Breakdowns are also occurring as a result of challenges within the O&M area. And then the municipality also received a directive from the Department of Water and Sanitation in terms of possible pollution of the natural environment. And I think the advocate spoke to the remedial action that has been undertaken in partnership with Coghsta, MISA, and the municipality. And I think we are indicating that in the next slides. The municipality still has challenges of septic tanks, again in those 2 settlements, Petersville and Phillipstown. And because of financial challenges, additional resources will be required to build the capacity of the municipality, the technical capacity of the municipality, to convert this septic sanitation method into a waterborne method. MISA and Coghsta infrastructure unit are working with the municipality to put together plans over medium to long term to develop these capacities. I think I've already indicated that O&M is a challenge. However, a business plan has already been developed with the support of MISA for electricity upgrades. Again, particularly in Van der Kloof, Petersville and Phillipstown, for the municipality to be able to access the INEP grant for the 2023-2024 municipal year. In terms of MIG, I think the advocate already indicated the status of MIG. However, we do have a table below, Honorable Chair, which on the extreme column depicts the kind of progress that has been made. There was a decline. We started at the low base of 37% of MIG utilization, which then improved immediately after the intervention was instituted. Then that also then went to 0 in the previous year because of the absence of technical capacity. However, since the installation of technical capacity there by Coghsta, we have seen an improvement, and the support provided by MISA, we have seen the improvement to almost 70% in terms of MIG support. I think here all we can indicate is that the legal action that was taken by ESCOM on the municipality, thereby attaching the primary account of the municipality, created a big problem for the municipality with the non-payment of workers, but also primarily because the municipality could not transact, and that created additional challenges. What we are involved in with Coghsta, there's an engagement between us to explore the intergovernmental relations conflict management resolution mechanism, so that we address all these outstanding issues that ESCOM litigated against the municipality. Issues such as the tariffs, the NMD, as well as the very execution, rate of execution that the municipality imposed through a court order on the municipality. And we are grateful for the legal step that the MEC undertook to defend the municipality against the action that ESCOM had undertaken. Just progress, these are just bits and pieces of progress that are being made, Chair, on the financial recovery plan. We do acknowledge that some of these milestones may seem minor. However, based on the length of period during which the municipality was non-compliant, and the fact that since the intervention, some of these small little steps have been taken, we believe that the cumulative effect of some of these smaller actions would lead, if they are sustained, that is, would lead to a better outcome out of the financial recovery plan. People being trained within the finance SCM policy, and I think the AG also made reference to that. Consequence management policy approved by council, cost containment strategy developed, UIFW registers indicated, and so on and so forth. In regard to financial recovery plan, we can also indicate and support what Province indicated, that the financial recovery plan has now been converted into a mandatory plan, which then places greater responsibility over Provincial Treasury, National Treasury, ourselves, and Coghsta to continue to monitor and receive reports on the implementation of this plan. Pixle-KaSeme, I want to emphasize that they have been supporting the municipality through the internal audit as part of their district shared services. I know the AG did raise concerns around this. However, we do believe that if contractual agreements are honored between local municipalities and the district is able to assist in this respect, and therefore greater support would be appreciated continually coming from the district. Coghsta has already indicated part of the support that they are providing in terms of the general evaluation role. What we can also highlight is that the municipality has created separate investment accounts to ensure that they can account for the conditional grants that they receive, to also make sure that grant funding is not utilized for operational purposes. Support, briefly, the AG did highlight the importance of records management, the reliability thereof, to ensure a positive audit outcome. Coghsta has embarked on a project to assist 30 municipalities nationally, and I think about 8-9 of them are in the Northern Cape, and Renosterberg is one of them, through which we want to strengthen the capacity of municipalities to ensure better compliance levels and data management and the state of records management within municipalities. In terms of Renosterberg, we have already conducted an as-is assessment, which basically is a dashboard that gives us the extent to which work needs to be done to improve in this area, and those bullets depict the kind of areas that we would then be focusing on through that program, ensuring that staff are aware about the importance of records management, that they are trained, that we respond to other policy and legislative obligations that impose particular expectations on institutions around records management, but also to improve general security related to records management. We believe that when the benefits of this training are internalized, are sustained within the municipality, they will be able to contribute towards better audit outcomes, as indicated by the AG. Here, Chair, we are just indicating support through the community works program. We are just depicting that we think the program is doing well in terms of the targets that have been set for the various wards within the municipality. MISA support has been escalated between the period 2020-2021 to the current period, whereas in the past, in the initial period, focus was around providing technical support for MIG funded projects. Now this has been escalated to ensure that we address an array of technical challenges that the municipality is experiencing, providing through provision of technical and advisory support on various grant-funded projects, development of business plans, supporting the project management unit to ensure that these plans are submitted to the relevant departments for funding, whether it's Coghsta, DWS, or Coghsta.
What is happening now? It looks like we have lost the presenter.
Yes, Chair. Looks like we've lost the presenter.
No, let me, that's Mohali here. I think Mr. Zimba, maybe can Walter or yourself maybe just complete the remaining slides, if you don't mind.
No, we don't mind.
Yes. Mr. Zimba, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to you, Chair, and the honorable members and the leadership on the call. May I request Mr. Morwane to just finish it off, Chair. May the presentation be flighted again.
Can somebody assist flight the presentation? Okay.
Thanks, Chairperson. First, before I proceed, my name is Walter Morwane, as indicated earlier on, and Provincial Manager MISA in the Northern Cape. I'm going to exactly go to where Mr. Abinar was at.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Morwane.
Yes. I'm trying to get my ducks in a row quickly. I think he was in this slide, if I'm not mistaken, talking to...
Apologies to interrupt, Mr. Morwane. Mr. Abina is back. With your permission, okay. Chair, you may continue.
Okay, let me unshare.
Yeah, my apologies about that, Chairperson. We've been experiencing some ups and downs in terms of the network. I'm not sure which slide was I on when I was ejected, Mr. Morwane, DDG Zimbo?
There where you are, Chair, Mr. We didn't move, Mr. Ramadi.
Oh, okay, all right. My apologies about that, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Thank you, DDG. Yes, here we were highlighting and agreeing with the observation that the AG makes in terms of the quality of records management. And I was saying that, I was indicating that Cooperative is instituting a project which seeks to assist 30 municipalities nationally to improve records management, to address exactly what the AG was talking about. And in the Northern Cape, we've got, I think, between 8 and 9 municipalities, and Renosterberg is one of those that are receiving this support to assess, where we assess the state of records management, the level of compliance, and other challenges that would assist in the actual implementation of improved data management. I was indicating that in Renosterberg specifically, we have already conducted as Coghsta an SIS, which is the status quo assessment in this respect. And a program will now be kicking in, which will then be focusing on the key areas that are stated here below: the improvement of awareness the importance of the awareness of records management by all, both the political office bearers and the administration within the municipality, training people in terms of records management colleagues within the municipality, and ensuring compliance with all the legislative requirements that impose obligations on institutions around records management and so on and so forth. So the program is already up and running. The following slide, Chair, just briefly depicts the support in terms of the community works program. I initially indicated the socio-economic landscape within which the municipality finds itself. And therefore, some of these initiatives go a long way in terms of alleviating the challenges, socio-economic challenges that are experienced in the municipality. The program is doing well. We are actually achieving more than what we had targeted across the various wards of this municipality. The greater, more tangible also support that we are providing to this municipality as Coghsta is through our agent MISA. Between 2021 and 2022-2023, the support has been escalated, whereas in the initial period, support was mainly around your MIC funded projects. The support has now been broadened to ensure that full scope is assessed of electricity infrastructure, water infrastructure, sanitation infrastructure, putting together plans which would be ready for funding by the various funding departments, Coghsta, water and sanitation, and so on and so forth. A 6-month support plan has been developed by MISA to address some of these service delivery challenges that I've highlighted. And over this period from 2021-2022 to current, MISA has mainly broadly been focusing on some of those activities. Of course, the work is not only limited to those that I've highlighted, but technical and advisory support on grant-funded projects has been provided by MISA, assistance in terms of business plans for the PMU, for funding of various projects, review of the WSIG business plans to make sure that we are able to undertake remedial, rather the municipality is able to undertake the remedial work that in this instance commenced already in September 2022. I think that was the sealing, the resealing of the pond. Standard operating procedures for water services to ensure compliance with water quality and other related matters. These have been submitted to the municipality for them to review and approve, so that they then get integrated into their technical development, support and development programs broadly. O&M protocols have been developed. This MISA is supporting these ones, and these are also on the desk of the municipality to ensure that they are implemented. Chairperson, I was indicating before I jet out that the last 2 slides will be depicting some of the specific work that is done by MISA around wastewater treatment plant, treatment works in terms of sanitation. Assessment has been conducted by MISA across all the settlements, across all the towns of the municipality. In terms of water treatment works, an assessment has been done, and also a development of the requirements for an O&M good practice to ensure that the water treatment works, but also to ensure that we comply to the water quality as required in terms of the National Water Act. In terms of sewer, pump stations have been assessed over and above those that my colleague from Coghsta indicated. This assessment has been conducted, and assessment report has also been forwarded to Coghsta rather for further actioning. In terms of electrical infrastructure, MESA has been undertaking these assessments, as I indicated, with a view to provide advice on how you need to then undertake network upgrades and maintenance around this infrastructure as a matter of priority. Networks have also been assessed to ensure that they enable, the assessment report would enable us to build a business plan which would then be ready for submission and funding, particularly from the DMRE. Technical advice, as I indicated, has been provided in terms of the scope of work for procurement of contractors that would then stand ready to support the municipality in terms of their supply chain processes, ensuring that they are able to get the right quality of services. Their specs are done in line with the expectations and standards. Assistance is also being provided in terms of implementation plans for MIG projects and assisting with that technical procurement of the work that we are undertaking within this this municipality. Let me end by what Honorable Chair began with, indicating that the municipality did engage with the NCOP at some point. The minister did receive a letter from the NCOP in June last year, which letter was saying the NCOP had considered the situation within the Renosterberg local municipality and was of the view that a 139 subsection 7 intervention needs to be invoked in Renosterberg. Our view as Coghsta was that based on the support, the level of support that the province has provided to the municipality, we were not at a point where we would readily want to go in that direction. But in response, the minister did write to the province to say, this is the view of the NCOP, provide us with evidence that either agrees or disagrees with that observation. So I'm just highlighting this, Chairperson, because there was that communication from the NCOP towards the minister, as I say, sometime last year. However, our view and the briefing that we gave the minister was that based on the work that has happened within that municipality in the last 2 financial years, has not gone to a point where a 1397 is warranted. We do acknowledge the challenges that have been highlighted, particularly by the AG. However, we are optimistic. The only challenge that we think would help, if addressed, to unlock the success of the intervention and the post-intervention performance of the municipality is if the municipality can have senior managers installed, employed, who will then take responsibility, accountability. I think the challenge in the chambers has been addressed. We are seeing a different posture from the chamber of Renosterberg, unlike pre the intervention. So I thought I should just highlight this chairperson, so that I indicate that was the view of the NCOP, but the minister did respond and did write to the province to say, we think the support that you are providing, we should give it an opportunity up to a point where we are convinced that a national intervention is warranted. However, at this point, we did not believe so, and such was communicated by the minister. We then want to recommend the chairperson that the portfolio committee receives and notes the progress that we are making in Renosterberg. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we now move to the district municipality, Pixle-KaSeme district municipality? Acknowledge the executive mayor, Councillor Aitumeleng. Over to you. You can as well introduce others, take over and guide the presentation. Over to you, Honorable Mayor.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Yes, Chair. Good morning. I'm not the executive mayor. I am the newly appointed accounting officer here at Pixle-KaSeme district municipality. The executive mayor has submitted an apology for this meeting because he's attending another engagement in Uppington. So he has then requested me to do the presentation on his behalf. That will be in order, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, proceed.
Yes, and thank you, Chair. I will request that the presentation be uploaded or flighted from that site, if that is possible. Will that be in order for you to be uploaded?
I assume they hear you. Okay. There's the presentation.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Let me say all protocols observed and also introduce myself. My name is Isaac, surname is Visser. I am like I said, I'm the newly appointed MM here at the Pixle-KaSeme district municipality since 1 January 2023. I would like to start off, Chair, by saying that, and it has been mentioned in the previous presentation, that the district municipality, we have designed what we call a shared service in the 2007-2008 financial year. And under the shared service, we render 4 kinds of services to our locals. These services include, this is just introductory comments before I get into the actual presentation. We render PMS, legal services, planning, and also internal audit to our locals. But I must say, Chair, that specifically Renosterberg, due to their financial constraints, they opted out of this agreement because we do sign it every 3 years with the locals, but they opted out of the agreement in the 2021-2022 financial year because of they couldn't afford it anymore. And at that stage, the cost associated with the agreement per municipality in the district is around 285,000 per annum. Very soon, we would like to engage the provincial government to assist us with funding for this specific service, because currently this is one of the services that the DM is running at a huge loss. But in our efforts to support the locals, we continue to provide this service, Chair. I want to also say under my introductory comments that Renosterberg do attend our technical and political IGR meetings, but it's just at our district infrastructure forums where they are found wanting. The Municipal Public Accounts Committee has been established out of our latest technical and political IGR reports tabled in early February and late February. We received an indication from the local that the MPAC has been established, Chair. So I think we can now move to the next slide. Can I move with it? How does it work? Can someone please move it for me to the second slide?
Please help.
Second slide, please. And also make it a little bit full size, screen size. Can someone please assist?
Please assist.
Who can assist there?
It's the person I know is the portfolio committee secretary. Please assist.
Chairperson, the presentation is also like the email.
Sorry,
What is it?
you're breaking up. I can't hear you.
Can you repeat yourself?
Apologies for that. Chairperson, the presentation on slideshow.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear.
Jay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. The presentation is on slideshow mode, so it does show from my side that screen. So I don't know if the screen settings is maybe different.
What should I? Okay, what should I? Where should I press now? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, there you go. Okay, ma'am. Now you can move just for me to the next slide, please. Mine's not moving on my side. How can we deal with this now? Should I try and upload from my side? Because I'm not sure what's going on here.
If you can share from your side because I'm moving on my side. I don't know if you can't.
Chair, can the Parliament Secretary stop sharing? Then we can attempt to share from our side.
Sorry, Mr. Mohammed.
I was saying, can the Parliament Secretariat stop sharing? And then we can share it from our side and see if it will work.
Yes, please. Yes, that will assist advocate. Okay. Yes. Move to the next slide, advocate, please. Yes. Thank you, Chair. That's just the outline of our presentation, the introduction, and then we will be running through the just wait, just back, advocate. Can we just go back, advocate, one slide? Okay, but it's fine. Then we look at the support that we've provided in those 4 areas, and then we look at the way forward, Chair. You can continue, advocate. Okay, so we'll be focusing on the assistance that we provided in those 2 financial years, 22-23 financial year up to now in March 2023. We are saying that Renosterberg, they managed to submit the financial statements as the AG has already reflected. We also just emphasize what we picked up from our last district and technical IGR, that all senior managers in Renosterberg in acting capacity. It's obviously impact on stability, municipality, and leadership, Chairperson. We've also seen in the latest report that the water shortages still exist in the area, and the presentation of Coghsta also reflected on that. During our February mayoral committee meeting, the mayoral committee has resolved that the executive mayor should ensure that an engagement take place with the leadership at Renosterberg, so that we can see which areas that the PM can still assist in. I must also emphasize, Chair, that the Pixle-KaSeme district municipality is really tight in terms of budget. Our total budget as a district municipality is just around 71 million, of which 71 million, 68% is spent on salaries. So we are also really tight as a DM in terms of finances. So our assistance will mainly be around in the area of HR and so on, Chair. Our Department of Infrastructure assisted in the following fields: town planning. We assisted in the development of the applications, which has to be submitted to our district tribunal. And in the 2021 financial year, we received 1 application from Renosterberg, and in the 2022 financial year, 5 applications were received. But as a DM, we have assisted to prepare those reports for consideration at the district tribunal. We've also assisted them with building control, the assessment of building plan applications, the approval and the non-approval thereof. And then 2021, we've dealt with 14 applications, and in the 2022 financial year, 10 applications. In 2021 financial year, we also managed out of our EPWP funding to renovate one of the community halls in the Renosterberg area, and specifically in Phillipstown, Chair. Next slide, The next slide will just be dealing with the assistance on labor matters and also other legal matters, where we've assisted them with you move, Advocate.
I'm on slide 2.2.
Yes, I can see it now. So those are the labor matters that we've dealt with. All of them have been dispensed off. It's only the last one that is still ongoing, and we've also assisted them on the ESCOM and the Engelsman Magabani matters, the attachments orders issued, and the DMS assisted them in those matters. You can continue, Mr. Advocate.
I'm on 2.3 from my side.
I can see. Then in terms of our internal audit in the 2021 financial year, as well as in 2022-23. In 2021, we've assisted them with the development of their risk-based audit plan for that financial year. We have performed 2 quarterly audits out of 4 in that financial year. We managed to do Q1 and Q2, and the findings of those reports were then issued to the acting MM on those dates, as reflected on the screen. We also had a virtual meeting with the acting CFO then, discuss the status of the service level agreement. Like I've explained previously, under our shared services agreement, we've got 8 locals in the district, and we've signed SLAs with 7 of the 8, because Renosterberg in the 2021-2022 financial year, they decided to opt out because they could not honor the payment of the services. So they have rather opted to engage us on an as and when approach, Chairperson. We've submitted all prior year internal audit quarterly reports to the acting chief financial officer. And in 2021-2022 financial year, we received a request to review the annual financial statements, but due to time constraints, as the DAM, we could not assist them with that review. We have also provided all our internal audit documents as requested by the AG for that financial year. But in the 2022 financial year, Chair, you will see for the first 9 or 8 months, no internal audit services were rendered. Services from our side, as I'm reflecting in the second bullet, no request for internal audit services were requested specifically from Renosterberg. And this is one of the reasons why Mayor has resolved in February need to engage with this as soon as possible, so as to check what precisely is going on. On the side of finances, as I've already mentioned, tight, but our budget and treasury office with Renosterberg to assist them with MSCO implementation and also with other system improvements. as well as our payroll office. They also provided on-site assistance. But in most cases, Chairperson, due to the lack of information keeping by the officials on the side of Renosterberg, the assistance did not pay any dividends. But from our side, we are ready to assist as soon as this information is available. We did not provide any cash support because as a district, we are also running a very tight budget. Next slide. And then let's just lastly, in terms of the way forward, Chair, we are saying that through the above, we illustrate that we are ready and always there to assist all of our locals, including Renosterberg, within our district with human resources where we can and as required. And we will engage the leadership of Renosterberg within the next 14 days. And at the same time, we are also encouraging our leadership in Renosterberg to ensure they attend all the district intergovernmental relations forums, Chairperson. I thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we now move to the local municipality? Acknowledge the mayor has already indicated, plus Troika. In fact, when I say plus Troika, Troika is the mayor, the speaker, and the chief whip. I've acknowledged them. Can I hand over to you, Executive Mayor? If the mayor is not there, then any of the leaders as acknowledged take over and guide us as to who is going to present, and we proceed.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning. Is that the mayor?
Yes, Chairperson. It's the Councillor Andrew Sampson, the Executive Mayor of Renosterberg Municipality. I just wanted to check if I'm audible, Chair.
You are, but there's some noise. I'm not sure what is happening, but we can hear you. Proceed.
Okay. Is it now better, Chair?
It's better, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the Honorable Chairperson of the session. Let me also use the opportunity, Chair, with your indulgence, to also greet the.
Is it possible to see you so that we can associate the municipality with the chief of the municipality?
Yes, Chair, we'll do that. Thank you, Chair.
We can't see you, Chief.
We can't see.
Can't see you.
No, it's fine, honorable members. At least you can see the face. Maybe it's because of this load shedding and others. Your picture is black, but let's continue. I think we can.
We are seeing shadows, Chair, not the face.
I understand.
Sorry. Is it now better, Chair?
Oh, there's something better, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, my apologies for the background where the other colleagues won't be able to see me properly. But let me use the opportunity, Chair, to also greet the members of the committee and of the committee, and also our MECs that is on the platform, and all government officials that is currently on the platform, Chair. Chair, as per the presentations, I think that was made by the previous colleagues from both Coghsta and also Coghsta. I think the presentations as overemphasized challenges that is confronted by Renosterberg municipality. And
Chair. Sorry, Mayor. Chair.
Oh, there's somebody. Yes.
Can I give a technical advice? The camera is facing the sun. So the sun must be behind the camera, like behind the screen. So if you can change and face the sun, you will be able to see him very, very easily. Face the sun, because if the sun is facing the screen in front, we are going to have difficulties unless he can just switch off the video.
Yes, I think we'll come to that. Yes, we can see him now. Proceed, Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've now moved a bit, Chairperson. Yeah, as I've indicated, Chair, the previous presentations that was made by both the Provincial Department of Coghsta and also DCOG can be overemphasized in terms of the challenges that's been confronted by Renosterberg municipality. I think we need to, however, extend our gratitude for the enormous support that we have received from provincial government under the stewardship of both MEC Bentley Fuss as well as MEC Foslo. And they've really been on the ground in ensuring that we're getting Renosterberg municipality in a better state. And I think I need to emphasize great strides has been made, even though there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. Looking at the presentations, for example, that was made by the Auditor-General, I think that in its own gives a complete overview in terms of the challenges that's been confronted by Renosterberg municipality chairperson. I think I need to, however, emphasize on a few issues, Chair, of which one of the key challenges, as highlighted by the previous presenters, is the issue of the service delivery challenges that we are confronted with within the municipality. Even though we have made great strides, I think our infrastructure remains a challenge within the municipality, particularly our water supply infrastructure within the Renosterberg municipality. We are appreciating the great support and assistance that we got from provincial government in ensuring they are assisting us with the replacement of the water pumps, particularly at the Van der Kloof water treatment plant, and also the assistance at the oxidation ponds at Van der Kloof. And also the recent support that we got from them. Coghsta Provincial is a project that has recently been implemented to ensure that at least our public lighting is being approved. There's a program that is currently underway where the replacement of high-mast lights in all 3 towns are being worked on. 4 high-mast lights are being repaired in Flipstown. 2 high-mast lights will be repaired in Pietersville, and 1 high-mast light will be repaired at Kerkieskloof. Coupled with that, there would also be some street lights that also will be fixed. So those are all support, and those projects are being funded by the provincial government. Therefore, we are really grateful as an institution for the enormous support that we are getting from our provincial government and so on. Chair, I think there is one issue that I would also want to emphasize. Since the inception of the new council, we have been working tirelessly to ensure that we're working on our financial recovery plan and ensure that we are fully implementing it. And also coupled with that is our revenue enhancement strategy. In one of the serious issues that we have identified as a council is the enormous electricity losses that we have encountered in the past. Our electricity losses, accounts for 67% as per our annual financial statements as indicated. It means that there's a lot of electricity theft that is actually taking place within the Renosterberg municipal area. coupled with 74% water losses that is currently taking place. But in ensuring that we're addressing those challenges that the municipality is confronting, that has a dire impact on revenue collection, we are currently busy with the installation of a smart metering system. The project has started in the beginning of February. We have replaced plus minus 400 new meters, and it already shows a great improvement in terms of the reduce of electricity usage that subsequently contributes to the issue of the NMD, which we have encountered, particularly at Van Kloof. So those are some of the serious issues that we seek to address. Once we have completed the installation of the smart metering system for electricity, we are going to embark on a program to ensure that we're doing the same project also by installing meters for water as well, so that we can be able to measure the bulk purchase of both water and electricity in the municipality. I think it's also one of the issues that was identified by the Auditor-General's report, that they could not detect how much electricity is actually being purchased by the municipality in bulk form, and equally so with water as well. So we therefore took that decision as council in ensuring that we're implementing the strategies to be able to balance the bulk purchase versus the distribution of electricity throughout our communities in the Renosterberg municipal area. So that project is under there's in fact great progress that has been made to that effect, Chairperson. The other very important issue which I would like to bring to the attention of the committee and also to the leadership that is on the platform, Chair, is during the 2020 and 2021 financial year, we have encountered problems, and those problems I think are known to both provincial and national government in terms of the instability of both the administration and the political sphere relating to the councillors and so on, where they could not conduct regular council meetings, resulting into a decision that has been taken then by the MEC at the time during 2020 for the municipality to be dissolved. Now, during that period, Chair, with our assessment as new council, we have discovered that an amount of 9.9 million rand was withheld by National Treasury due to non-compliance issues. Now, what happened after our engagements with National Treasury then gave back an amount of 3.3 million rand and withheld another amount of 6.6 million rand. And then after some time, we could manage to provide evidence that how this money was being spent. And the indication that we got from National Treasury, given the time frame for us to provide evidence to that effect, they will not be in a position to give back the additional 6.6 million. And my humble plea today, given the challenge that we're sitting with our pension funds as a municipality, is for the leadership to provide the necessary intervention and support for Treasury to probably consider to reimburse us as an institution with the 6.6 million rand. I think if we can get that right, it would take us quite far in terms of settling some of the challenges in relation to our pension fund of the municipality and so on. I think it has been highlighted that we got a court order where myself, as the mayor, has been implicated, the CFO and the former acting municipal manager for imprisonment. But again, thanks again to Provincial Coghsta under the leadership of MEC FAS for providing the legal support and assistance to that effect to ensure that at least those things are not being executed and that there is that level of stability in the institution, Chair. Chairperson, we are acknowledging the Aegis report, and we are accepting as a council the report as it has been presented to us. That indicates the seriousness of this council of Renosterberg in ensuring that we are aligning ourselves with good governance. We have therefore requested them on 2 occasions to come and sit in at our council meetings and to present the AG report to us, and what it is that has resulted into the continuous disclaimers. And we have then resolved as a council chairperson that we need to come up with an audit action plan in ensuring that we're addressing the gaps as identified by the Auditor-General, in ensuring and aligning ourselves as a council with good governance, and ensuring that we are reinventing the will and emphasis on good financial practices within the institution. As part of the remedial action to that effect, chairperson of the session, we will be having a strategic planning session for the 23rd and the 24th of March this year. The strategic planning session, Chair, would particularly focus on issues of the performance management systems of the institution. It would focus on the development of key performance areas of officials. Obviously, that would then translate into performance agreements that will be signed by senior managers and the supervisors. And for us, that's a form of holding them accountable and measuring the work that they are doing within the institution. It also then would assist us, Chair, during the session to develop a strategy in ensuring that in the near future, particularly focusing on the 2023 and 2024 financial year, that we must phase-in approach, ensuring the appointment of senior managers within the municipality to bring that level of stability and accountability to the institution. Part of the invitees to our strategic planning session would include the Provincial Treasury, it would include Coghsta, the Auditor-General, and other key stakeholders. Now, those are some of the plans currently, Chairperson, that we have as a council in ensuring that we are aligning ourselves with good governance, and also as part of remedial action in ensuring that we are bringing Renosterberg municipality back to its full functionality and normality. I think with the previous presentations, we have, encountered serious challenges, but it cannot go unknown in terms of the great strides and the improvement that is currently there within the municipality, with, of course, the assistance with provincial government. I mean, for municipality not having been able to, to pay its salaries for a couple of months, and ever since that intervention and the stability that is currently there, now the municipality is in a position to at least pay its salaries on time. I think one of the other positives that needs to be taken note of is the fact that after so many years that the municipality has managed to submit its financial statements on time, given the challenges that was identified by the Auditor-General. But I think those are some of the positives that we need to acknowledge as both provincial government, national government, and also I think the district municipality, in terms of all the efforts that we have put and the oversight role that the current council is playing in ensuring that we're aligning ourselves with compliance matters and to ensure that we're improving in terms of good governance. We also want to extend our sincere gratitude for the support in the administrative support from both the key stakeholders in the form of SALGA, the district municipality, provincial, Coghsta, and as well as provincial treasury for providing us with the secondment of senior managers to the municipality chairperson. I think on the in terms of the closing, Chair, I need to indicate it is indeed, as the Chair has indicated this morning, it is for the very first time that we are presenting to Parliament the state of affairs of Renosterberg Municipality. It is indeed a privilege to have been given such an opportunity to present to Parliament the state of Renosterberg Municipality. And I think, of course, also noting the great strides that we have been making over quite a short period of time, and that we are able at least to ensure that we are providing the basic services to our communities at large in Renosterberg Municipality. Having said that, Chair, I really once more want to take this opportunity to thank you very much for granting me this opportunity to present on behalf of the Renosterberg Municipality and the unwavering support that we have received from our provincial government and from our national government. Having said that, Chair, thank you once more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Honorable members, that marks the end of the different presentations now, and we start engagements. And I will follow the list as I see it. First, Honorable Opperman is number 1. Honorable Direko number 2. Honorable Spies number 3. And Honorable Teza number 4. I'm not sure now what is happening, but let's follow that order, and I will acknowledge others as they follow. Honorable Opperman.
Good morning, Chairperson. I want to send special greetings to the colleagues from my home province, as well as MEC Fass and Vosloo. Chairperson, I want to talk about the inflated employee salaries bill. It is actually the highest actual operating expenditure on their budget, standing at 48.3% currently, while the norm is 35%. And this is so inflated, but yet the local communities are currently removing their own refuge at this moment. It seems like there's too many people doing too little, Chair. I want to know how many people are on your approved organogram versus what you have employed currently. And then I'd also like to know, have you had an employee audit in the past 5 years? And why did you have so many managers resigning in the past 5 years? And all your senior management positions have been vacant since 2014. What is the status quo on that currently? Then your municipal dump sites in 3 of your towns are not registered. They're not equipped to maintain and manage. Your TLBs are not in working condition, and it's an environmental safety risk. When will you register as legislatively required? Because this has been the case for many, many years now. Then you had a sewer spill in 2020 that continued for months in that municipality. And the Harip Watch report reported that raw sewage spills reached towns as far as Hopetown and Orania. What plans are in place to prevent sewage spills currently? Then, did you, because it's alleged, did council take a resolution or made a decision in 2022 to take your MIC and WSIG grants to pay salaries? Because that is in contravention with the MFMA. And if that is true, what consequences were there for the relevant councillors who voted in favor of this, and who in fact did vote in favor of this. Allegedly, the current mayor was one of the culprits, and there was no repercussions and no consequence management from Treasury or from Council. And that is my second question. Do you have a functioning impact? Because the AG's report says you do not have an impact, and there's two other reports that says you do have an impact. The GCOC slide 8 also says you do have a functioning impact as of August 2022. Then, how does load shedding influence your water supply? People have been without water up to 4 days on end in that municipality. And urgent intervention is needed as to your water purification plant. Are there any plans in place for a water plant closer to Pietersville? Because you are extracting water currently 15 kilometers away from the Van der Kloof Dam, while there is a point 4 kilometers closer to Pietersville. Are there any plans in place? Because that Pietersville community is experiencing a lot of interruptions in water. And what is the actual cost of you extracting water for 15 kilometers to Pietersville, so that I can deduct how much it will cost 4 kilometers closer to that community? And then, is it true that your municipal workers, or some of them, stay for free at the Van der Kloof Resort? They're paying no electricity and not for water. It is already a burden, that resort, on the municipality. It makes about 90,000 Rand per year, but it costs the municipality 2.2 million annually. Can you afford this double burden? And that resort has so many tourist potential. Chairperson, and then I want to know my last question. There, in 2011 as well as in 2021, a driver threw over a municipal vehicle that was meant for service delivery, and it's allegedly that driver was intoxicated. What were the consequence management for ruined vehicles or fleet in that municipality? And what did these accidents cost the municipality? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Director.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to honorable members, our colleagues from the province, and different stakeholders who are part of the meeting. Chair, looking at the presentation that has been done by Coghsta and the province, it indicates that the municipality has been placed under the provincial government intervention. So I would like to check with the province as to, can we confidently say that the intervention is working in that municipality? Are there any positive things that we can point out on that particular municipality? The provincial report also states that the municipality has a functional impact committee, which I believe that if indeed the impact is functional, can we please get a clear indication as to what is it that is functioning on? Because I believe that if it was functional, then we would have not had a municipality which is a repeated offender in terms of the disclaimer audit opinion. The presentation also shows that the municipalities have some vacancies in a very crucial positions within the municipality. So I would like to check with the municipality, when is those positions going to be filled? And also, what are the reasons for the resignation of the municipal manager and the CFO? On the presentation, it also made that it also indicated that some of the council committees are not functional and others are not yet established, such as your audit committee. So I would like to check what is the role of council in this regard when some of its committees are not functional. And we also looked at the presentation of the municipality, where they have indicated that as a council, they are functional. But I want to check on their side as the council. We have the vacancies which are not filled. We have committees which are not yet established. Then what is the role of the council in this regard? And they've indicated that they need assistance or intervention in order to get some funds from the Treasury. But the question is, How do you intervene in a situation where people are unable to account for their expenditure? Because if you need money, you must be able to account. But if you are unable to account, you are always getting disclaimer. So how do we expect the provincial government or national government to intervene on your behalf? Because we are going to get the money and we are not going to be able to account for that money. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next in line is Honorable Teza.
Chair, you said Honorable Spies after the record.
Oh, okay. Honorable Spies.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, thank you so much. And once again, thank you for all the presentations. From the onset, I would like to say that I found the AG's presentation a very realistic presentation that gives us as a committee, I believe, and in my view, my experience of the presentation, gives me a very holistic picture of what the situation really is on the ground. And as much as we have been, we heard that much has happened and there's a lot that has changed, I believe that is actually not the case, and I'm not trying to be negative at all. There's a lot happening in this municipality, that is not necessarily reflected in the presentations that we are seeing. And I'm saying that because we do, like all of us in this committee, know and engage with people on the ground. And what people on the ground are experiencing and what is being presented to us is not necessarily a fair picture. I will focus only on 3 issues, Chair. And the one is, from the onset, it is very clear that there is a lack of capacity within the administration. And really, the administration needs to be cleaned up in order for us to take this municipality out of the darkness that it is. Honorable Opperman brought up the issue around the resigning of officials. One needs to understand, why is it that so many senior managers resign? What is the actual problem for their resignation? And in that regard, I would like to know how far the process is of appointment of officials within the vacant positions. Then, Chairperson, the inflated salary bill was also brought up by my colleague. And on that, I want to understand that if it's such a small municipality, why is it, for instance, that the fleet management and asset management department is having, I think, 2 people working in that department, yet the fleet is not as big as 10 vehicles. And if that's not correct, let us then have the correct, facts with regards to that. So I want to know how big is the fleet of the municipality and how many staff is employed in that particular department to oversee that function. And then it's alleged that the vehicles that this municipality has already paid off in 2005, they are still paying insurance and license fees on those particular vehicles at this very point. And we need to know whether that is true. Chair, then I want to get a sense of, is the municipality functioning under a mayoral executive system, or is it under an executive system? And if so, does the mayoral committee meet often? And what are the positions that are held by the mayoral committee members? And because we don't hear a lot about that, we don't get an idea of whether they are indeed assisting the mayor if there is an executive mayoral system. Then it is alleged also that the current director of corporate services, that was also the former acting municipal manager, gave himself an increase of plus minus 300,000 rand. Now, it has been said to us in this meeting that the municipality has no existing performance management system. The service delivery budget implementation plans are not in place. There is no performance report. So I don't understand on what basis can any official give themselves an increase if there's not even any evidence of the work they have done and the responsibilities given to them in terms of their key performance areas. So I want to know whether that is indeed true, and whether such an official has done that, and because it's alleged that there is a case at the Hawks currently with regards to this matter. Then Chairperson, MPEC, with all due respect, I do not think they are functioning, because if they are functioning, we will not have the situation of irregular and wasteful expenditure at the point where it is now. We've seen it. It's now, we're looking at 17 million, but if we look at the accumulated total over the years, it is just totally obscene to see that so much money is going to waste. And if MPEC is functioning, I think there would be some form of progress in seeing this number goes down. I saw in the SALGA presentation that the MPEC only received training on the 7th and 8th of March of this year. And that to me is very worrisome. Then the last, Chairperson, is in terms of revenue enhancement. This municipality has no money. This municipality struggles to pay its staff. This municipality struggles to deliver services. I need to understand what are they doing with regards to revenue enhancement. One of the very important things and very that can help this municipality is looking at their municipal assets. Now I understand that this municipality has a resort that is under the municipality, but it is run under a loss. I believe that this resort costs the municipality over 2 million rand per year, but yet the municipality only gets in about 90,000 rand per year if it's good, if it's going well. Now, one of the revenue enhancement strategies that one can really implement is that you sell off some of your assets and then pay some of the services, like for instance, the money that you owe to the AG or any other, to Eskom and so on, that you pay it with the money that you make from those core assets. But there is no point in the municipality sitting on assets that is of no value to them. And I also believe that there has been buildings that was sold. I want to know from the mayor, from the municipal administration, what has happened to the money that was generated out of the selling of those particular buildings, and what has the money specifically been used for, and how much money are we talking about? Because there's no point in selling off the buildings or the assets of the municipality if you cannot show where you have utilized it in order to bring down the debt that the municipality is experiencing. Sorry, the last question, Chair. When raising rates and taxes, it must be done on the basis of a existing valid valuation roll. I need to understand if the valuation roll is up to date, because I believe that the valuation roll expired before, and it was extended for 6 months. Now, if you raise rates and taxes, and I believe that's also a mess, because apparently some farmers are not, the correct rates and taxes are not raised. Some of them cannot pay their rates and taxes because the officials responsible for calculating those rates and taxes are not in a position to do so, because there are things not in place. And then there's also capacity problems, where the effect is that residents cannot actually pay, or they don't know what to pay and how to pay, because it's all a mess. So, Chairperson, I would like to stop at that. And for today, I would really ask that we get proper responses to our questions. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Teza.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I show my face and then disappear? My picture will remain because I'm using my phone. My gadgets are all not working, and there is a problem of network here that has been dealing with me throughout the day. Chairperson, municipalities such as these are not viable as self-sustaining institutions that can offer delivered services to the people. They don't have the money, they don't have the capacity. And Section 34 of the MFMA does speak to the capacity building, which brings about the question, what are some of the confident submissions that you can make to us to say that this intervention, and given the recurring issues and the presentation, I mean the interventions before of Section 139 1C and so forth. What are the things that you have done as a province to preempt this crisis? What are some of the measures that you have put in place so that we do not get here as municipalities and as districts and as province and as national? Because we often get to this point because we must wait for the crisis to occur. But what are your submissions in terms of the precautionary measures that you put in place to ensure that we do not get here, so that we realize municipalities that can deliver services that are self-sustaining as institutions? Because right now, there is no capacity to administer basic functions such as record keeping, as the AG has put it in his presentation, revenue collection, filling of vacancies. And then additional to this is the dependence of municipalities to a corruptible procurement process, which hampers on the quality of delivery of the services. So I would like you to submit as a province and as to what are the proactive measures, not to even get to a point where you would have to react when there is a crisis here. Some of the issues that have been raised by honorable members pertaining to resignation of officials might be the fact that you perhaps do not find from the municipality the Section 106 investigations, which should outline as to which persons are liable for their UIFW and other issues within the municipality. I would like to know, as Honorable Space would like to know, what are the causes of these people, of these officials resigning? Because we are not told here in the presentation. And then the fact that consultants are there, then there is an internal audit team, then it has costed the municipality 2 million due to lack of skills, vacancies. I mean, by when will the municipality fill vacant posts, and what value for money is there if a municipality is a repeat offender in terms of the disclaimers? And then, can the provincial Coghsta indicate the timeframes by when it envisages to resolve the challenges listed on slide 20 of the presentation? And the AG's report speaks to how much the UIF. I mean, it also speaks to the lack of impact of the MPEC. Is there any outcome of any investigation from MPEC that we can get as a committee with regards to Section 122 of the Constitution and Section 32 of the MFMA? Sorry, Section 132 of the MFMA and Section 132 of the same document. so that we are in one page. The AG's report, Chair, it paints a clear picture of a dysfunctional municipality in all fronts. I mean, we are at 135 now. 139 subsection 5 right now. And it's not like it's the first time. What do we do now? What is to be done now? You know, because surely the interventions have not yielded the desired results if you take into account the AG's report. Can we be clarified there? And then the SALGA speaks to the induction of the councillors in Renosterberg. But can we get a report in terms of the outcomes of those inductions, training for the impact members, which were undertaken from the 7th to the 8th of March 2023, so that we can get the value of the councillors that were trained vis-a-vis the status quo of this municipality. Models, DCOG speaks about models that have to be harnessed to deal with this. Which other models, DCOG? Because I think we have exhausted the constitution now with these municipalities. So which other model is there that you suggest for us to, other than dissolving the municipality? Which other interventions that you are suggesting now? Because the municipality is not viable. And then the last one, Chair, would relate to provincial and national support from Treasury for the building of the economic activities in the municipality, given the amount of the lack of revenue base, Chair, in the municipality. What is the Treasury support to ensure economic activities within that municipality? They speak about small town regeneration and so forth. And they don't speak to the nature of the developments there. But what is the support, provincial treasurer? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mbumza. Honorable Mbumza. Maybe Honorable Mbumza has a problem. Can we move to Honorable Banjava?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greeting to the colleagues, all protocol observed. Honorable Chairperson, I think many questions has been asked by my colleagues, but I do have only one chair. Yes, Chairperson, one or two. Chair, on the Renosterberg, on the Renosterberg local municipality, Chairperson, my question is that on what basis did the municipality conduct IDP, public participation, on the 24 to 26 May 2022? See slide 6. Considering that no IDP document was submitted for audit during the financial year in question, during financial year in question refer to slide 14 of the AG's presentations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Grunewald.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'll be quick. It's always the problem coming last. In terms of the council resolutions, how many resolutions has been taken and how many has actually been implemented? Because in terms of the AG as well, with a lack of political leadership, I want to know exactly if the political part of the municipality is actually leading the municipality, or is it actually the officials that's leading the municipality? If I can only have that report. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mpumza, are you still?
Thanks, Chair. I'm back, Chair. Good day to Chair and honored members as well as the MEC. Chair, in this presentation, the Auditor-General is reflecting that there is apparently the absence of oversight and accountability in this particular municipality. And alludes that this has been trending over years. Now, my question is to the mayor. Why has the mayor, the speaker, and the chief whip not provided mechanisms for a rigorous oversight function through structures and the provision of leadership, active leadership by themselves? Secondly, Chair, this municipality seems to be a plenary type. And then all plenary type municipalities had been experiencing financial distress, and they have not been able to come out of that financial position. In the support provided by Provincial Treasury, Coghsta, and other agencies like SALGA, what revenue enhancement strategy are you providing as form of support to this local municipality so that they could bring around a turnaround in their own economic base, so that this municipality could indeed realize its own economic potential? Also, Chair, the Structures Act amendment is related to the fact that the issue of plenary types have been abolished. Now, I understand that the mayor is full-time in this plenary municipality. On what basis then, in view of this amendment, are they continuing with the plenary type and being a full-time? Particularly this question would go to the provincial Coghsta. Chair, here again, we're experiencing a problem where over the years, this municipality has not been developing systems of delegation, performance management had not been introduced, and critically that the senior administrative level had never been stable. Why is it that this municipality has been unable to prioritize the recruitment of senior officials at the echelon of the municipality, like the municipal manager, the CFO, and the manager technical services? And if then, is it because of financial constraint? Why is it that they are able to prioritize? Because we have never been informed of the staff establishment in this particular municipality, so that they are really focusing on critical positions at the leadership level of the municipality so the municipality could function. to the Auditor-General. So we are informed that they could not get the STPI BIP, and they could not confirm targets of the predetermined objectives. Does the Auditor-General only audit material audit as well as performance? And in this performance, do they also involve the purpose portfolios of members of mayoral committee as they do their own performance audit? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Then questions for now have come to an end. And I think let's follow the order that I outlined earlier. Start with the Provincial, Coghsta, Provincial Treasury. If there are any issues directed to yourselves, can we attend it that way? Provincial, Coghsta.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. Yes, indeed, we will attempt to answer the questions that have been directed to us directly, and some of those that we have knowledge of that the new council might not have been aware of. So let me start with the issues from Councillor Opperman, the sewage spill. You remember that at the commencement of my presentation, amongst other things that I've raised was the fact that the municipality had those challenges at the level of technical department, and a correlation must be made on an appointment of a senior manager and the nature of the responsibilities that this person is entrusted with, and the challenges that has been raised. Obviously, absent a senior manager in technical services, the rank and file will not be in a position to deal with the issues of restoration of the operation and maintenance issues. As a result, this could lead to the sewage spill. But at the heart of it could be the development of a business plan for submission to both provincial, Coghsta, and national with respect to making an application for MIC grant to assist the municipality with the restoration of challenges that emerge in the infrastructure area. So from where we're sitting, we accept that that had to happen. You recall that if I'm to take a step back, some of members of the committee were aware of this. In 2019, the municipality had one senior manager who was the MM. No other senior managers were in place. And what he sought to do was to appoint a number of companies who were taking the responsibility of officials. Discussions with pension funds did not happen from the municipality. It was company to company on behalf of the municipality. And that for us is a grave violation of the Constitution and the implementation of the Systems Act and Structures Act. Obviously, the accounting officer had his own challenges. He was at the municipality from Tuesday until Thursday, Monday off to Cape Town, Friday off to Cape Town, Monday on his way back to the municipality. So it is incumbent upon a system of that nature that is not under direct control by an accounting office to fall in between the cracks. And indeed, when we discovered some of these challenges, we did something. And I must say, and I'm going to come back to this very often, as part of the answer to some of the questions that have been raised. When we presented our issues as a provincial department on the state of local government, Cabinet at national level resolved to categorize municipalities, and this municipality was categorized as dysfunctional for, amongst others, similar reasons. And for those reasons, Cabinet said to us, as part of preventing a municipality from regressing into a situation that Renosterberg used to be, we should then develop a municipal support and intervention plan. And are we implementing it? Yes, we are. The slides that the Honorable Councillor, Honorable Members have referred to are slides that we lifted from our municipal intervention package and indicating the areas we identified to these challenges like the municipal valuation role and the actions that we are taking to resolve these issues. I have shared on behalf of the municipality and provincial government the nature of support that we did, Honorable Opperman, to assist the municipality to stop the spillage into the environment and from moving into the Orange River. Then the second part that I can deal with is the issue from Honorable Direko. The interventions is working. What are the positives? Honorable Direko, you know, the positives is just that we did not give you the grave situation that was existing at the municipality. And what is it that we see taking place? One example I can give you. Probably I might want to go into 2 or 3 other examples. The one was, as I indicated, the MM saying to council, no, there's no need for you to be appointing senior managers. I have companies that that can be brought on board and to facilitate some of the activities that are taking place on behalf of the work that could have been done by senior managers. When we reported the matter in greater detail to both the Portfolio Committee, NCOP, and to the Executive Council, we outlined those companies and we gave an indication of how those companies were paid. We also indicated the involvement that we have used to bring the SIU into the picture to try to resolve some of the issues that emerged. I must also indicate upfront that the basis that the MM resigned, he had been at odds to be accountable to the provincial government and to his own municipal council. He had, at the point, he had invited the premier to come to a municipality to intervene. When the premier intervened with his executive council, he started swearing at them, literally swearing at them, asking them what basis do they think they have on this earth to be intervening in the Renosterberg municipality. Those are the kind of things that eventually got him to resign, because we're effectively going into taking over the municipality, having an administrator, and having disciplinary measures taken against the then MM, Mr. Wogbart. Now, the positives that we can indicate to you, absent a establishment of a functional senior management team, there is absolutely nothing that can happen. We do not say we have done the best on earth that can change the municipality overnight. Absent a CFO, we have now appointed a CFO at the municipality. The municipality does not have a CFO. I'm going to go into 2 areas of the CFO so that you understand the reasons why we said at some point, I said at some point in the presentation, I'm not going to go into details of the resignations of the senior managers. We appointed an acting MM. She came from outside of Kimberley. She came as far out of, she came from the western side of the province, which is in Spromborg, and she was staying in the Renosterberg. Because of her health and personal issues, she had to resign because she could not take the pressure. The nature of the challenges that she identified the municipality was that there is no capacity that was questioning the work of the senior managers and below the senior managers, such that implementation of her decisions must be made. To a large extent, she was supposed to take a decision and implement a decision herself, which certainly is not a situation that anybody would want to be involved in it. The chief financial officer was seconded to the municipality by Provincial Treasury. And this is one of the things that I forever say I have a serious problem about when there is an intervention in a particular municipality. What does National Treasury do? They poach the CFO and the person goes and works at National Treasury. What is the effect of the municipality? The gains and a number of work that we have done to achieve some of the things that Honorable Direko says what are the positives. Then they fall in between the cracks. Then we've got to start the process from scratch to recruit a CFO. And I'm now able to indicate to the committee that we have now appointed another CFO. And we have now saying, because of the nature of the attrition of the CFOs or the senior managers, instead of keeping them on a 3-month basis, we are going to keep them on a 12-month basis, at least, for them to have certainty and stability at the municipality. So with respect to the Director of Corporate Services, she was an employee within the Department of Cooperative of Coghsta, and she also had her family problems, and she had to request to be removed from the municipality because she also had other responsibilities that she was responsible for in the department. And then with respect to the Director of Corporate Services, it was not corporate service, technical services. The challenge with her was that he had to leave because of greener pastures as well. So we have now appointed another person as a Director Technical Services. We're in the process of sourcing somebody to come back to the municipality as a Director Technical Services. That is the position with the senior managers. The positives, at least the senior management at the municipality were able to submit business plans to account for the work that has been done and to take responsibility and action that needed to be done in this regard. With respect to the, look, AG says to you, this municipality has never in its existence been in a position to submit annual financial statements, let alone timelessly. Is this not a positive for us? Yes, it is. What are we doing about the nature of the quality of the annual financial statements? We're not sitting back, but we are going into the process and to see how best we can assist the colleagues from the municipality to ensure that the quality of the annual financial statements are done in accordance with what is required. We're able to submit annual financial financial statements, section 71 and 72 reports in this regard. Chair, for where we're sitting as a province, we think there is some level of direction we're going. The council is able to take, and one of the points we're making, council is able to take informed decisions. Council does not say, no, the MM said so. Council is able to say, we have resolved this matter on the basis of what the law requires of us to do. We're able to have evidence in this regard. Previously, we never used to have that. It used to be the law and the will of the municipal manager at that point in time prior to the intervention, which necessitated the intervention. But now we're able to have a mayor who's able to stand there individually and report back to the municipality. We thought we should not report on these automatic things because they are obvious. Previously, we used to have 2 mayors and 2 MMs, and there has been a confusion, and that was part of the reason why the Minister of Cooperative at that time said, immediately when there are 2 mayors, there's no municipality there, we need to dissolve the municipality. But now there is 1 mayor who's able to take charge of the responsibilities and information at the municipality. The other question, Chair, from, I think it's Honorable Dirako, if I am right, it deals with the issues of the rates and taxes. Slides 16 and 20, we've identified the weak valuation role. We've identified the failure by the municipality to gazette the rates and taxes. And the other question from council, I think, Mpumza, is how soon are we going to resolve this? Well, I had indicated to you that we're in the process of procuring the services of experts to assist the municipality, or service providers to assist the municipalities with the SDFs and then use management schemes. We're procuring the services of valuers to go to the municipality to help them to do a proper valuation role, so that we should be able to assess provincial treasury and the municipality to go down to the ground and say, your valuation, the value of your property is no longer X amount, it is this amount. And to that extent, we should be able to go to court if a resident is curing the account, because we would know, we would have fixed the account. We're unable to do that correctly so. because the violation role is not in a good space. Indeed, it was, MEC extended it for 6 months, and we're working to ensure that the municipality is able to find a very good valuation role and resolve it in this regard. The question that was also posed to us was the reasons for resignations of the senior managers. Have responded to that, and when will these challenges be resolved? I've responded to that. Chair, the municipality is not a plenary municipality. Remember that the Structures Act has done away with the plenary systems. On advice from National Coghsta, we classified the municipality and categorized it as a mayoral executive system with what participatory system of a municipality, and we have the municipality as the mayor of the municipality is the executive mayor. What colleagues and everybody else finds to be peculiar is the fact that the municipality does not seem to have a mayoral committee. And we have indicated to everybody else that given the nature of the size of the municipality, it is not going to be feasible for the municipality to have a mayoral committee because legislation prohibits that to happen, particularly because it does not have the number of councillors that would be sufficient to be within the space of establishment of a mayoral committee. However, we are now using committees, Section 79 and Section 82 committees to support the mayor in the function of his duties to ensure that there is no committee that does not have a chairperson in this regard, so that the municipality is able to run properly and efficiently. The other questions, Chair, I will best leave them to the municipality in this regard so that they're able to respond. If there is any other question, perhaps that I might have missed, I'm willing to take those questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Can we then move down to AG, if Provincial Treasury is satisfied with the common response? AG, I did hear one message. I don't know what it was saying for the AG.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think from our side as the Auditor-General, I did not pick up a specific question that the honourable members wanted us to respond to, but if I've missed it, please enlighten me so that I can do justice to the question. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, SALGA.
Thank you, Chair. I think there was only two issues that was directed to SALGA. The first one was around the training of the impact members on the 7th and 8th of March. And if I'm not mistaken, a report was requested. Yes, the impact has been recently established, Chair. So what we've done now is, and then we've identified, what we usually do is we take stock of where the impacts are in municipalities and what are the need and when are they being established. And as soon as we get notice of the establishments of an impact, then we roll out support and we do it in conjunction with our National Office Chair. Now the report for this particular impact has not been, training has not been compiled, but the focus was the focus was initially on, let me just get this quickly, Chair. Basically, to highlight in an engagement, the interactive engagement with the officials of the municipality, what are the standing operating procedures for impact? And when we look at those standing operating procedures, we look at the institutional context and functions of impact. We look at the composition and membership and so on. We look at the chairing of the impact work program, attendance of meetings, reporting, as well as the physical needs in terms of what an impact need, whether it's a full-time secretary, whether it's office space and so forth. So we look at the basic infrastructure and we cover those things when we look at the standard operating procedures when we go into a municipality and we do training on impact Chair. For example, now this particular training that we've had on that date also covered capacity building concerning the role mandate and the processing of UIFW expenditure, We looked at internal structures and functionaries. We also look at oversight and strengthening the accountability continuum. And then we also looked at the role of the internal audit and audit committee, as well as I think we concluded that impact training with regard to the UIF and double expenditure reduction strategy, Chair. So the report is busy in the compilation, but I mean the report is just the minutes of the meeting that we had, who attended, and so forth. So that will probably be the compilation of the first report, the minutes of that particular meeting, and also we had a way forward in terms of following up that we intend to do. So those are that is around the impact training. I think the other issue was around the SDR, small town regeneration initiative. Now that initiative, Chair, is coming a long way already. It has been started in let me just see quickly. It has started already in 2015, where this small town conference, SALGA small town conference, was hosted on the 22nd, 23rd of October 2015, Chair. So the idea is that we look at all the commonalities that have towns that are in the Karoo region have in common, and we look at economic opportunities there. So Renosterberg was also part, so there's different provinces that was part of that small town regional initiative. Across, we had a declaration in 2016 in Beaufort West. We also had a declaration in 2017, the R, Graafredenet, Gariep Dam declaration. So it's an ongoing process where you look at the work that can be done with regard to small town regeneration, especially from a Karoo perspective, Chair. And we had many other stakeholders that's involved there. The CSIR, Department of Science and Technology is involved. So public works is involved, tourism, national agriculture is involved. So many stakeholders are involved in relation to looking at the economic regeneration of Karoo Township per se. So there's many initiatives that has been planned for this, and it's an ongoing process. As I've just indicated, it already started in 2015. We had various declarations, and as we go along with this small town regeneration initiative, we try to align it also with the number of these mega projects that the President have announced now recently, Chair, infrastructure related programs. And Renosterberg is also, as I've said, is part of this small town regeneration project, so that essentially we want to look at the broad, when we tackle this broad triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and so forth. So that is in just the SDR initiative, Chair, and I think those were the two things that was directed at SALGA. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, good afternoon again, Chairperson. Can I go ahead with this? Am I audible?
Please. Yes, you are. You are audible.
No, thank you very much. I want to just one question from Member Treza. Yes. Am I audible?
No, you are audible.
Okay.
Continue.
No, thank you, Chairperson. I can hear you. Thanks. I was saying that when we from national we will come nearer, and then Member Clara was saying, if the municipality is not viable, but now we must. What is the destination of this municipality? It is our responsibility as senior management to begin to flag these particular strategic questions and define the destination. And there are also windows. When is the next election? It's 2026. I'm not making any preemption, but we have to try and bring sustainable solutions to these challenges. That's the first part of it. In other words, we must define the destination of Renosterberg. And then that's the first part. And then if we agree, obviously will be guided by the political leadership in the province, but we will then articulate it and characterize it, and then also put it upon them. And then the second part of why we say we want to come nearer is we also know that the municipality cannot afford, on many fronts, even to pay salaries for senior managers. Obviously, they must be carried. We have to carry them. The how part of it and how do we package it in such a way that it is sustainable. It's a reality that we have to also lock in and then accept, and then also then have that support package that can then just be locked as a block of a program to make sure that the hand holding is implemented effectively. Because if you look in all the history, the perenniality is because of unsustainable turnaround of staff in the space. And then the only way you are able to stabilize any institution is to log a cohort of management that must then be assigned to deal with all the chronic problems in the municipality. That's the second part that we will have to look at a strategic level. And then the other part is some functions may not be best placed or can be executed by the municipality. Then who can best place it? Be the district. We may bring in somebody from MISA to run the technical department or that type of thing. But we know that the municipality must be accountable to the actions, that are executed in their space. So the protocols will then have to be looked at to say which functions are best placed where, and then to be executed effectively. And then from there, we look at some protocols around it. And then you have a support package with protocols whereby there will be some agreement between the local and the district in terms of some of the things that will be done on their behalf, and ensuring that there is comfort in this, by the leadership of the municipality, as well as ensuring that we're making traction on some of the things that needs to be done. So in other words, Member Claudia, I'm saying we want to come through and really look at some of this municipalities' challenges, and then in a hard way, and then also then map out a journey map towards the destination that will have agreed upon, guided by our political leadership, as we will also flag some of these issues to them. I hope I am clear. So the normal support and activities that is happening. Our chief director is there with our program manager from MISA. They are a team who advocate. They are running in the space, doing what they can do. But we must bring it to an end, and then we must define that end in a particular way, in such a way that then we can then have a journey map. Then you, as our parliament, when we present it, anytime when you are ready to do that, you can then monitor. But then at least there is a hope and solution that is going to ultimately be balanced against, or assessed against in terms of performance, instead of always repeating all the things that are happening all the time. We must bring a sustainable solution to this municipality. That's I'll just pack it here. I just thought that I clarify why we thought we'll just bring in it's just a reinforced support, but also strategic matters that has to be reflected on, and make sure that we finally finalize the destination program for this municipality. Thanks.
Thanks. You don't have all the time. In fact, if we were to use this municipality with 9 councillors, unviable. But we are saying we are supporting. There might be a number of such municipalities across the country. So if you develop a model, you don't have all the time. So in other words, one is trying to say, let's begin to time frame everything that we deal about, because as public representatives, what we expect from a municipality is delivery of services. As to how that happened, with all the challenges they confront, national is supposed to determine norms and standards for the rest of everybody. So I'm just trying to reinforce what you are saying, that there's not all the time. Can we move to the district municipality?
Chair, thank you. I did not pick up any specific question that was directed towards the district.
No, that's
yes, Chair.
That's fine. I was just coming down with the list if there's no
Okay.
specific question.
Okay.
Then let's move to the local municipality.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Once more, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just want the honourable members to take note that to respond to some of the issues that was raised by the members of the committee, and I'm also accompanied by the municipal manager, the acting municipal manager, the CFO, and the technical manager with the speaker, and the chief whip and other councillors that has joined me on the platform. So I'm sure we'll be able to share some of the questions that was raised by the honourable members of the portfolio committee. I want to start with the question that was raised by the Honourable Opperman, Chair, in relation to the issue of some of the movable assets of the municipality that is not working, like in the form of TLBs, and then also the issue of the sewer spillage and so on. I think with regards to that, if you have movable assets, I mean, there's something which you call, depreciation of value and repairs and maintenance on some of those movable assets. And in the case of Renosterberg municipality, I think, as per the presentations that was done explaining the financial state of affairs of the municipality at the moment, those movable assets, they are here at the municipality, but we are currently not in a financial position to repair them. However, I need to indicate that we have made a submission also to Provincial Coghsta in terms of assisting us, for the repairs of one of the TLBs to contribute to improving on the issue of service delivery. And I think Advocate Mayane from Provincial Coghsta has also gave clarity around the issue of the sewer spillage that took place at the Van Rooikloof Dam / into the Orange River. That problem has been addressed. I think the presentations also highlighted, the work that was done in terms of the repairs of the oxidation pumps and the replacement of the new pumps at the oxidation pumps. Chair, on the issue of the spending of the grant money where reference was made, I think the slides indicated that our bank account as a municipality was basically taken by ESCOM. It means at the time when we have encountered all these challenges, it has made it extremely difficult for the municipality to transact, because all the monies that was paid into the bank account of the municipality, starting from equitable share and other grant money, those monies, when they have been paid into the account of the municipality, those monies has been taken by ESCOM without asking or requesting the permission or making any arrangements in terms of a percentage. They took everything. And it happened with ESCOM, it happened with SARS, and some other, creditors that we owe, that had litigations on the bank account or against the municipality at the time. Now, sometimes you need to take certain decisions, Chair. If the employees have not received salaries for a period of 3 months plus, you have to take certain decisions. And I think those decisions was informed on the basis of the state of affairs and the volatile situation that we have encountered at the time at the Renosterberg municipality. And I think this challenge of Renosterberg it's not immune. It is something which many of us knows. It is a challenge that is being confronted by many municipalities in the country, as you have correctly indicated, Chair, where certain decisions, unfortunately, needs to be taken. And having said that, when we took that decision, the MEC and for both Coghsta and for Provincial Treasury has been informed based on the decision that we took as a council at the time. Was the challenge that we were confronted with. The employees complained about their policies that has lapsed and the amount of dependence that they have at the time. It was during a time where people need to go back to school, etc. So you needed to take, unfortunately, certain decisions in ensuring that you bring some level of stability, and the threatening of the life of councillors at that time by the employees has forced us to take certain decisions. That was on the one. That's why we needed to take that. The plan for water supply, I think part of our service delivery and the report that was presented, Chair, it indicates the plans that the municipality has currently in place in ensuring continuous water supply to all 3 towns. And I think part of the plan indicates that the municipality intended to extract additional bowls within the Pietersville town to ensure there's continuous water supply for the residents of the Pietersville area. We have, however, also submitted a plan to ensure that the water pipeline goes through from Vanderkloof to Pietersville, where it is currently, to Flipstown. And I think it should be common knowledge that bowls, it's not a guarantee that there would be water each and every day. It means its duration, cannot be determined. You can wake up tomorrow morning and bowls can be dry. So there should be a backup plan, and this is what the municipality is currently working on. But as part of the precautionary measures, we are in a process of ensuring that there are additional bowls that will be drilled in the near future in the Pietersville area to ensure continuous supply. Chair, further on, there was a question pertaining the vacant positions. Or let me start of the accident that took place. We are expecting a report, an accident report to that effect, and ensuring that after we have received a full report, obviously, a formal process will then unfold to that effect to determine the actual cause of accident. We cannot base our arguments or processes on hearsay. There should be proof that whatever the honorable member have raised in terms of under the influence, etc., it needs to be proved. Unfortunately, employees are protected, by certain labor regulations and acts. And I think as council, we need to operate within the parameters of the Labor Relations Act before we can take any action to that effect. I also want to align myself with the question, Chair, of the Honorable Direko, in the question, the intervention, if the interventions bear any fruits and stuff. I think the report has indicated that the interventions by provincial government does bear, in fact, some great fruits, since we have indicated in our reports the strides that we have made, as a council. It also reflected in terms of the political stability in council, and I think subsequent to that, the question that was equally raised in terms of the functionality of committees. When we go to council meetings, there are reports that is being produced from the different committees to council. It then gives an indication that the council or the committees, section 7980 committees, are functioning. So there's no doubt about it. Given the fact that reports are being tabled to council and there are minutes of committee meetings that sits on a regular basis or as required, and there is a schedule that has been drafted and adopted by council in terms of the various meetings, council meetings, as well as committee meetings. So committees are functional. Chair, there's an issue of the resignation. I think Honorable Advocate Mayaneng also made mention to that, and I'm not going to repeat. Then Honorable Spies raised the question in terms of the lack of capacity in terms of the administration. I think that is equally evident, knowing or given the indication, that currently as municipality, we does not have the financial muscle to appoint our own senior managers. That's why at this point in time, we are dependent from the secondments from both Provincial Treasury and Coghsta in ensuring that they are assisting us so that we can at least have that level of administrative stability and so on. We equally welcome also the support given by SALGA and Provincial Treasury in terms of capacity building within the municipality and so on. So I think we are acknowledging that, and we are taking note of the administrative challenges and capacity that is there within the institution. The reasons for signature, I think Advocate Mayaneng spoke to that. Also, in terms of the SDBIP not in place and the performance management system, I think, Chair, I made mention, in terms of our plan as a municipality relating to our strat plan session, which would include the development of all these issues that was raised by the honorable members in relation to SDBIP and so on. But I need to indicate the audit report that we have currently interrogated and that was presented to the committee made reference to the 2021-2022 financial year. And currently, as we speak, as a council, we have adopted an SDBIP. We have adopted. So there is currently, as we speak, there is an SDBIP in place that speaks to our service delivery programs, and it speaks to our projects that will be implemented for the next financial year, meaning that for the 2023-2024 financial year. The question around the functionality of MPEG, the report indicated that the training that was given recently, and given the training that was given recently, it would give then the MPEG committee now an opportunity to start with actual work. But the structure is there, and already council has made, in the last council meeting, has made certain recommendations in terms of certain investigations to the effect of unauthorized, irregular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure. There are recommendations that the MPEG committee needs to start with the investigative process. So I can safely say that the MPEG committee is functional, and there is work in progress to that effect. Chair, also the plans of revenue enhancement. I think I've also highlighted our plans of revenue enhancement. I indicated in the report the electricity losses, the water losses, and our current plans as a council. And we have already started in terms of the implementation of that. One of them is, given the fact that we have experienced so much electricity losses, as part of our revenue enhancement plan, we are replacing the old electricity meters. Given the fact that a lot of electricity theft has taken place, through for the past couple of years. So as part of the revenue enhancement, we are dealing with that. And once that has been done, we will then start with phase 2, which is the implementation of water meters as well, because 90% of the residents of Renosterberg municipality does not have water meters. On the issue of the assets that was sold, Honorable Chair, the CFO would give a thorough explanation in terms of the amount that we received and what the money was actually used for. But in a nutshell, Chair, money that we received on that was simply used to deal with our debt. I think also the advocate Manang made mention of the valuation role. The valuation role of municipality, we're in a process of ensuring that it's being updated also through the assistance of our colleagues at Provincial Coghsta. Then I want to check with the question by Honorable Cesar. I think it was also covered because it was a specific one that was raised, that was for the attention of provincial government and so on in terms of that. I think also Advocate Manning covered the issue in terms of the absence of oversight and accountability. And I think the report has honestly reflected, that the level of accountability is there in Renosterberg municipality for the mere fact that council resolutions have been taken, 1, and 2, committees are functional, and 3, we are trying our utmost to ensure compliance and reaching our deadlines in terms of our compliance matters. And I think one of the positives, as you have also alluded to, Chair, is for the mere fact that we have submitted, our annual financial statements in time. We understand the challenges, etc., that was raised by the Auditor-General. But I think that's one of the key issues in relation to oversight in ensuring that we are reaching our deadlines as a municipality, informed by the oversight role played by this council. I think the revenue enhancement strategy, I've made mention about it, Chair. And the issue of why does the municipality not prioritize the appointment of senior managers? I think that's a given fact, Chair. It's a given fact. If a municipality is in a financial distress, I think you need to, before you take a decision of that type to appoint or advertise, you need to check on terms of affordability for the payment of senior managers. And at this particular stage, as a municipality, as much as we want to appoint, we are not financially viable to appoint senior managers. Hence, the support from provincial government for the secondment of senior managers to the municipality. We, however, as part of our strategic planning session, will be planning as we move with the revenue enhancement strategy, making provision in and phase-in approach to appoint senior managers in the new financial year, which is the 2023-2024 financial. We will be making provision for that. That's why we're working very hard in ensuring that we are moving with the financial recovery plan and with our revenue enhancement strategy. Chair, I think I have covered some of the issues that was raised by the honorable members of the committee. If there is probably anything that I've missed, Chair, I think some of my colleagues, as I indicated, they are also accompanying me in this particular gathering. They would then probably fill up the spaces which I might have missed Having said that, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
I think I'll take hands as we proceed. We have tried to cover as many questions as is possible. Maybe if there are any follow-ups from members in the meantime, I'll see their hands. And it looks like for now, there's no hand that is following up. Honorable MECs from Coghsta and Provincial Treasury, if you have any, whilst I'm waiting for that possibility of follow-ups, any closing remarks that you'd want to do, let's move towards that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and all the members of the committee and colleagues on the platform. Now, Chair, I think the colleagues responded to a number of questions raised by the committee, and we note all the questions and the responses, but also in terms of how to deal with some of the issues related to this municipality. What we can promise this committee is this, that we will continue to support the municipality to make sure that we change the situation for the better, to make sure that there's proper service delivery in this community. Although, as agreed and it was reflected by all of us, it's not an easy task for us to change this municipality based on a number of factors we already outlined. But we are confident with the support of all the stakeholders and also the community, we can change things for the better. Our key responsibility is to make sure that we render proper services to the community of the Renosterberg municipality. But we really need our community to work with us as the different municipalities and the stakeholders around the table. Because if the municipality is absent in this regard, it will not help and it will not assist the cause at the end of the day. But I believe, Chairperson, some of the other issues we can respond to the committee in writing if there's other critical issues that the committee still want to engage us on as a department and provincial government, as well as national Coghsta, so that we'll be in a better space to cover some of the outstanding issues. But I'm really confident that we can change the situation, and there is proof that things are changing. There's a number of other things that we need to up our game, to tighten things, to make sure that we comply in terms of legislation, but also on the issues raised by the members of the committee. One of the critical issues is the one of vacant positions, to fill all the vacant positions. I think we are clear in terms of our directives to all the municipality, but the mayor alluded to the issue to that they are struggling municipality. For them to fill vacant positions, it's a challenge, but we are looking at ways and means to assist the municipality. That's why with the secondment of officials to the municipality, at least there will be a saving for the municipality. And it's some of the things that we're looking at to make sure that we respond to the issues. Other issues related to the report of the Auditor-General, I think that report really assists all of us. And I think we will make sure that we tighten things going forward. So, Chairperson, thank you with that few words.
Thank you very much. I say I was going to go to the executive mayor, but before that, Honorable Cesar, I see your hand.
Yes, Chair. Chair, the first thing is that
your network is giving you problems. I can see you before me, but you are frozen. Honorable Cesar. But I think we can line up whatever that Honorable Kaiser was going to say, but let me allow the local mayor to make closing remarks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Yeah. So sorry, Chair. I in fact missed out on, I think, two important issues, Chair, and I really wanted to speak to those issues, if Chair would allow.
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, there's one particular matter that was raised by one of the honorable members, and that one was in relation to the resort that we have as an asset at the municipality. Chair, with the process that we are currently moving with, and with the assistance of Provincial Treasury, we want to embark on a triple P process, pertaining to the resort, which is a public-private partnership. We had engagements with Provincial Treasury on various occasions. We have been inviting them also to our strat plan session to come and provide us with an update to that effect. And it is indeed a fact that currently the resort is a liability to the municipality, given the expenses and so on, on the resort. Hence the decision by council that we must go on to it must go out for a triple B, Chair. So there's work, extensive work that has been done by council and by Provincial Treasury to that effect. I think what is important is that the terms of reference in relation to triple B is done, Chair. So that's one of the positives also, that we have identified and that we are currently working on. I think there was an issue that was raised of an employee that is currently staying at the resort. Chair, the issue with regards to the employee that is currently staying there, it's an employee that is appointed for Petersville. Now, Petersville, Van der Kloof, they're situated 15 kilometers from each other. And because of the municipality has requested the employee to go and reside at Van der Kloof, it would be, a costing effect for the municipality for not being able to provide accommodation at property that belongs to the municipality. So to avoid additional cost, given the challenge of the municipality, we then said, it's fine, let's arrange for an accommodation then on site, because the person has been employed for Petersville office, but now he is doing work at Van der Kloof. So that is the reason why a chairperson, the person is the employee.
Can you hear me?
The employee is residing at Petersville.
I'll come back to you. You were cut off. I'm still allowing the mayor. I'll come back to you.
So I just wanted to contribute those two issues. And then having said that, I also want to use the opportunity to also thanks for the members of the committee chair, and also the unwavering support from provincial government as well as national government in ensuring that Renosterberg municipality will and shall be a viable institution, given their support that they are granting to the municipality. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Peza. We did see a message that said you were cut off, so I don't know where you, at what stage. Can I allow you now to come in? Honorable Peza. I'm not sure now, but we are at that stage, our guests and honorable members, where we are almost winding up now. I think the message is very clear from the questions of the members, backed by the Auditor-General, that our task is more, when I say our, as members of Parliament, is to conduct oversight over the executive, starting with the minister, provincial executive, and councils. That's what we are doing. And generally, when you do oversight, you, the ones who are executing the laws, you can see the gaps out of the questions and possibly develop some programs to respond to it. At the end of it all, the beneficiaries should be the people of this municipality we are talking about. That is what we are about. We are public representatives, not only us, including members of the executive, because we are all elected to serve the people. With those few words, this session is not a talk shop. It's a session that we should come out of it and see how can we improve. Otherwise, thank you very much. Honorable Tez, I will explain to him what happened. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.